Welcome back to Charleston, West Virginia, where we are just about to resume our racing after an exciting elite women's race where we saw some very, very clear winners off the front of this race. We now get ready to move over to our elite men's race coming up now as a little bigger field, a little more racing. These guys going 10 laps of racing total for about 130 miles on tap today, Lauren. We saw what 6 laps of this course did for our elite women. Let's talk about what 10 times up these climbs are going to do for the elite men.
The exact same thing, just a bit longer. Yeah. Bigger field, and yeah, I think there are some guys resigned to the fact that they're just going to start this race and know 100% they are not going to finish. And then there are some guys out here that are gunning for this win.
We'll talk about some of the big names on this list, starting with second place last year. Tyler Williams back for some redemption as the defending champion, Quinn Simmons, does not return to defend the Stars and Stripes jersey. So that leaves it wide open for a couple Tylers. We're going to be talking about Tyler Williams on the Miami Blazers, who was second last year, and Project Echelon's Tyler Stites, number 8 right here. Third last year, second 2 years ago. Now he just needs the first place to complete the podium sweep.
Project Echelon has 10 guys on the start list today. Hugo Scala is another standout for those guys that I'm looking forward to watch race. Again, Hugo did so much work for Tyler Stites a couple of years ago. Also Sam Boardman, their team captain. He did take a spill on Friday night, but I think he is mostly okay and ready for today.
We also saw Nielsen Palace on that list for EF Education Easy Post. He comes with Sean Quinn, just 2 EF guys out there, but that wasn't a problem for the women. Shouldn't be a problem for the men. 2 very strong riders in Palace and Quinn. Just 5 World Tour riders here. Lawson Craddock, Team Jayco Alula is going to be wearing number 22. And then UAE Emirates with Brandon McNulty wearing number 31. And Vigo Moore for the Israel Premier Tech squad wearing number 32. The rest of the guys are really wild cards out here. You see names like Michael Garrison on this list, number 95. He had a great performance in the Criterium. Expecting more for him. Cole Davis here from Ribble Rebellion making his way back to the United States. That could be another wild card. You see a lot of names on this list that could win the road race if everything goes their way and everything goes perfect, but it never does in bike racing, does it?
Yes, and someone else to key off today is Brandon McNulty, one of the strongest riders in this Peloton today. If he can lead Pogačar up a climb, I think he can probably give it to these guys today as well.
Very unique climbs here as well. We've been talking about that, the sort of short, punchy climbs on this course. It's not an alpine climb. It's not the finish at Alpe d'Huez. This is a very specific type of racing that you're going to do here. It's much more like a spring classic than it is like a stage race day or a pure climbing day. It's a lot of rollers out there, a lot of punchy, aggressive riding. So that is a certain type of rider that's going to like this one today.
Yeah, and again, talking back to the women's race as an example, and this is an 8-9 minute climb, power climb like you're talking about. That suited Kristen Faulkner very well. Ruth Edwards not so much, but yeah. And also key positioning going into these climbs. You can't really move up too terribly much around this. And then, like you said, after the first bridge road climb, it rolls a bit. It's not directly flat or straight back downhill. So if you're going to spend some effort and energy, that's where you're going to do it. And then it's a technical downhill descent back into town for a quick flat bit through the feed zone. And then on to the Wirtz road climb. And that's where we lose the feed a little bit, and then the descent off Oak Ridge Road back into town, and that's where selection is also made and regrouped.
Maybe one of the biggest differences between the women's race and the men's race will be the presence of these larger dominant teams that can get to the front and drive this tempo a little bit more. We saw teams like Fount and DNA in the women's race trying to use their numbers, but you talk about Project Echelon with 10 guys, and these are 10 guys that can all ride the front of this race, at least for the first hour or so. So how do those team dynamics change now with some bigger teams in the men's race?
Yeah, exactly. Like you're talking about the Project Echelons of the world, the A Volo of the world. These guys are definitely going to want to have numbers in the select group, and we saw Gavin Lady coming away with 2 wins already this weekend. Could he do a third? Probably. I don't know. That is quite a stretch for today, but those guys, the Avolo team, has so much confidence going into today. But yes, they have to stack numbers against those World Tour guys, against those stronger guys, and play the numbers game.
A lot of teams going to be looking to use their numbers today. You see them starting to stage right now in the caravan. We're going to take another break here from Charleston, and when we come back, we'll To line up, and we'll meet the front row, including last year's second and third on the podium. We talked about the Tyler duo in Tyler Williams and Tyler Stites, both with a lot of motivation coming into this year. Talking about their year leading up to this, Tyler Stites has been all over the domestic road racing circuit. Tyler Williams coming back from a really tough year, losing his NCL team and then moving over to now riding with that Miami Blazers squad. So both guys with a lot to prove today.
No doubt, Project Echelon is definitely the out and right favorite team to follow today. They have won just about every race they've entered this spring. So yeah, Tyler Stites has a huge burden on his back, but I think he's very much welcoming it. Finally, he's honed into that role of team captain, team leader, team winner. So hopefully today is his day and has a bit of success.
The most exciting question will be, how does he compare to these World Tour guys when you put him next to guys like Nielsen Powless, Lawson Craddock? I think Tyler Stites is about to prove that he may belong in that conversation and in that group of these riders, but we'll see who the last guys left at the end of the day are, because that's what the end of this race is going to look like. I would be shocked if there was a large group coming to line bigger than 5 or 6 riders. I think it's going to look a lot like the end of that women's race.
No doubt, and Tyler is coming off a second place in the time trial from Wednesday to Brandon McNulty in between Nielsen Powless. So what a great ride for Tyler Stites, and that capability shows a lot for the road race today.
Boy, we saw in this course, if a time trialist can get away and get a little bit of space up and over that climb, they're going to have the chance to time trial if they get onto those flats. So who knows, maybe someone like McNulty can use that time trial expertise today. But if and only if they can get over the 20 climbs that they'll do today, over 10 laps of racing with 2 on each circuit. So that's the million-dollar question, is can everyone climb in the group? Well, it sounds like they are ready to start putting some riders up on the front row. And again, Lauren, we've been talking about this, a really unique scenario in the road race where the call-up might actually matter today with 94 starters, for the pro men. If you're not in the first 20, 30 spots, you might be in trouble in this first climb of the day.
It's going to be a long start to this race because the climb comes almost immediately after the start-finish line. It's probably 500 meters. You make a right-hand turn onto the bridge. The bridge starts the climb, essentially, and then you turn another right-hand turn into the climb proper.
The young talent also going to try and prove themselves today. We talked about some of our U23 riders in this field. Last year's U23 champion, Owen Cole, getting a call up, as they'll bring up Tyler Williams just next to him from Miami Blazers team right there. And then comes second place in the TT, third place last year for Project Echelon Racing. Tyler Stites will line up next to Williams here. Maybe.
Like you said, it's just the scrum behind just even to get to the call-up.
Yeah. Stites taking his time to get there. Calm, cool, and collected. This guy's got the weight of the nation on his shoulders this weekend.
The other half of their team was just in New York this morning finishing up, and they will all be tuning in this afternoon.
It's going to be Colby Simmons, check that, up next to him. Team Visma Lisa by Devo squad, second last year in the U23 Road Championships.
Brother Quinn is not here to defend his title.
So we'll see if younger brother Colby can take it. Stephen Bassett, the newly crowned Criterium National Champion, up next for Project Echelon Racing. But don't count this guy on the road race. It's going to be a major factor for this Project Echelon team. You'll see him on the front. I don't know if you'll see him on the front at the end of the bike race, but he's certainly going to be there.
Definitely wasn't someone we would pick for the Criterium, so yeah, good to see him out here and going to be more representative today.
Another guy who had a great week so far, Gavin Lady, who is now looking for his third national championship of the weekend. He
Outstanding.
Win an elite championship here. They won the U23s earlier in both the Criterium and the road race. Anthony Hilligoss lining up next to him for the Kelly Benefit Strategy Cycling Team, the reigning collegiate road national champion. Nice for him to get a chance to line up here next to guys like Brandon McNulty, another one of the big names in this field for UAE Team Emirates. This is the World Tour power that we're expecting to see today.
Lawson Craddock is really relaxed, and hamming it up right there on the start line.
Kyle Murphy next to him, racing for the Legion of Los Angeles team. In a jersey that looks very similar to that Miami Blazers jersey that you saw Tyler Williams wearing, but you can see the Legion logo on his right chest. That's how you'll tell the difference between the Legion and Blazers riders. Sounds like the rest of the guys getting a call up. Nielsen Palace should be brought to the front row as well for EF Education Easy Post. Looks like he's making his way up now. There's Palace. And then a couple more World Tour guys called to the front row to be Sean Quinn for EF Education Easy Post and Vigo Moore, the Israel Premier Tech rider, going to get a call up alongside Scott McGill for Project Echelon Racing, who ended up third in that criteria on Friday night. So some real talent up there on the front row, and it's going to matter early on here. The announcer sending the media into a panic here. They are scrambling to clear this course, which makes me think that our start is imminent here for the 2024 USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. Final instructions underway. Sounds like these guys are just about ready to get rolling here. Again, 130 miles on tap today, over 10 laps of racing. Lauren, talk about what this feeling is like on the start line. We talked about the feeling on the podium, but how does it feel to start a national championship like this?
Nervous. New course. You've watched the women race. You saw what happened there. You know how quickly the climb comes. You're unsure of your form and fitness. You've done the training. You've done the work. You want to know how your competitors are doing. So this first 500 meters, you just got to shake that out of you. Take a big, deep breath. Seize the moment and try and enjoy the day as best you can.
You're going to have about 3 minutes to enjoy it before you start climbing here, so get it in while you can. 94 riders on the start list. How does a bigger field change the racing? Sorry, I'm seeing 133 on this list. I got a few different lists in front of me, but we'll go with 133. I like that number better.
Yeah,
certainly a bigger field here. Does that change anything, or is it pretty much just the riders at the front that, you know, get to dictate things?
No, it definitely changes things. It helps keep things together, helps weld things together. If you know, when you have such a select field like you did in the women's race, essentially it just whittles down so fast and the gaps are so big, there's not a whole lot of chance to use anybody else in the field to kind of get back to where you need to be. So yes, having that big of a field can pay dividends to you if you're not feeling too well the first couple laps and trying to, or if you're not positioned well the first couple of laps. But then after that, it's kind of all bets off. You know what's going on, and you better kind of figure it out real soon.
You can see how quickly they'll start climbing first time up. And how quickly they're going to start racing up here at the front. Simmons going to start the party early.
See Brody McDonald sitting third wheel of A Volo. Again, Brody has had a good year as well. He was third to his teammate Gavin just yesterday in the road race. Gonna do some early work here.
Wasting no time.
I think Colby is thinking his best bet is also to be on the front, off the front, as far in front of Brandon McNulty and Project Echelon as he can be.
Yeah, it's a great point for the solo riders or riders that don't have a ton of teammates. You know what's going to happen if you sit back. Like, you know exactly what Project Echelon is going to try and do here. And so the only way to really counter that is to try to take it to them, right? Don't let them get as comfortable as they want to be. And look what Simmons is doing here. This field has to go single file just to keep up with his tempo. That makes it that much harder for the Project Echelon guys to find each other and come together.
And Colby also knows this course. He just raced yesterday as well with Gavin Lady, and Colby was actually second yesterday, so he knows this climb as well. Knows what he has to do to set himself up. Michael Garrison to the left of him. Had a great ride in the crit. Even crashed, unfortunately, but was able to get back into the race.
Garrison in that green jersey off to the left-hand side here. As Avolo going to take over on the front. Beautiful form here. I love watching great bike racers race their bikes.
Someone that looks good on their bike, it definitely makes for good watching.
Well, you know it's going to be a good race when they're already looking to see what kind of damage they've done 4 minutes into it.
Well, they want a break. I mean, it's not like they were just cruising up that climb. So you're kind of seeing if there is any damage done and what it is and who you're with and who's come across with you.
Remember in the women's race, we saw a lot of aggressive riding on the way down. The descents were also decisive. So we'll see if anyone wants to push it here, try to bring those guys back.
Looks like Brennan Wirtz coming to the front.
A couple riders sticking their head up to figure out who dares. And this will be the game all day today. Shuffle and reshuffle until you get the breakaway that you've been looking for.
Might be our first break of the day. Brennan Wirtz is quite an engine to let off the front. See who he has taken with him.
Wirtz, another great example of some multi-discipline power coming in. A modern bike racer, let's call him. A little bit of road, a little bit of gravel, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's what it takes to be a pro these days. Field's not going to give him much time. Project Echelon up to the front of that one.
You can almost guarantee if Project Echelon isn't in the break, it's probably not going to be a good break to send up the road and thinking that it's going to stay away for a while.
One going to try and go across. I'll make it 3 up the road.
Butcher Box coming across.
Huntsman would be my guess for the UTC Butcher Box Cycling presented by Look Team. They start Huntsman and Jeanette. It's going to be 3, then 4, then 5. This is turning into a rather large group.
Yeah.
And see, these guys are going to go right through them.
This looks like Robin Carpenter to the front. He's got Sam Boardman on his wheel.
Oh boy.
That's some horsepower.
Two of the best teammates in the sport right here now riding for themselves. I think both of these guys have really built a name for themselves as being some of the most selfless riders that you'll meet in the Peloton. Talking about Sam Boardman, Robin Carpenter here, but every once in a while, they get the chance to ride for themselves. And when they do, it is one of the most magical things in the world. So I'm not sure if this is a setup for the team. I'm sure they've got they're playing chess. We're thinking in checkers here. These guys are 7 moves ahead of us right now. But it is always nice to see the domestiques, or what are typically domestiques, get a chance to stretch their legs out here.
It was interesting talking to some of the racers from Friday night, and they said how upset Sam was. Even though he crashed and his teammates won, he was just super upset that he crashed. And you know, Sam is just another one of those athletes that wears his heart on the sleeve, good and bad, you know. So it's just, he's fun to watch race because of how excited he gets for himself and his teammates. I love the passion. That's half of the sport.
Carpenter, Boardman, and Wirtz getting away here.
Using all the road on this descent.
Huntsman still trying to chase on back at the front of the field. This guy's going to be breaking the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit on the way down here, that's for sure.
Look how low and arrow Sam Boardman is.
This descent looks so fun.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know about the ascent on the way up, but if you have the chance to ride this one with fully closed roads, this is about as good as a descent gets here. These guys, maybe it's just because they make it look easy, but man, if I could ride my bike like that.
I bet in your head you ride your bike just like that, Brad.
Well, they're going to go back over the bridge with a small gap back to the rest of the group. This is how it starts. I think one going to go across. Maybe a Kelly Benefit Strategies jersey trying to get there.
And then just one long line.
Wow, not much for Peloton to speak of anymore, is there? Now that should settle in eventually, but we'll wait and see. I think this is Hilligoss in the white jersey back here.
So it looks like Michael Garrison is trying to come across right behind Hilligoss.
Huntsman in the red, Garrison in the green. And is he dragging a Project Echelon jersey up with him?
Looks like it.
There's a nice split.
Volo has missed it, and they are on the front of the peloton trying to chase this back down and get a reset, or at least send one of their guys across.
Boardman having a little chat, looking for his teammate as these guys get to work on the front. Work's cut out for him now. It's actually going to be Luke Ahrens, the Kelly Benefits rider, making his way up. Not a surprise. Scott McGill is the other Project Echelon guy in there. And that is Eddie Huntsman at the back here. Still trying to figure out the rhythm and the workload here. We just saw Scott McGill go from the back to the front. Wirtz went with him. Boardman is not going to work out of this group. So I think Boardman said, Scott, why don't you go ahead, see who goes with you.
Yeah, just go up the road with Brendan. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's just saying that's not the right mix. That's not the right mix for Project Echelon. That's not what they wanted.
Boardman just completely pulled the plug. And it was absolutely a plan because he chatted with Scott McGill as McGill came up. They exchanged words, and then whatever's happening right now happens. So it is exactly what Project Echelon wanted. Now McGill and Wirtz going to be left alone by themselves.
Volo's still trying to come across.
Great draft for Scott McGill here. If you can pick
not
one
so
guy
much for
to sit
Brendan
behind, it'd be Brendan Wirtz. I feel a little bad for Wirtz as he's got to try and sit behind McGill here. There's at least 6 inches of difference between these two guys. Look at the group back behind them. Big effort from Simmons trying to come up the right side.
Oh, that is Simmons. Yeah, I thought it was Ayavola. Good call. See Nielsen coming up to the 4A.
Simmons going to drag this group up single-handedly. What's the thought for these two? Are you okay with 2? Do you want more?
Who am I? Who's for the 2, for the Peloton, from a sprinter, from Brandon McNulty? No. You know, I would think Brendan would definitely love 1 or 2 more that's not Project Echelon.
Yeah.
This is not ideal for Brendan at all. But you know what? You got to play the cards you got. So maybe what they're looking for is keep the break out here. See if 2 or 3, 4 more guys can't draw out that Project Echelon will essentially let up the road and let a break happen. It looks like we have one trying to come across right now. I'm wondering if that's not Cole Kessler.
That would make sense. Looks like a Lytle Trek jersey to me. What Wirtz really needs here is like a 6'5" guy to come out of the field and join the breakaway. That's the only way he's going to get any draft today.
I don't think Reggie Miller's available today. Cole has one other with him.
Trying to figure out who that white jersey is.
Maybe a Kelly Benefits.
Makes sense. Either way, this is going to be 4 guys pretty soon up here. Luke Ahrens was the last Kelly Benefits guy that we saw up in that front group, so would not be unheard of to see him make this selection. And they made it just in time to start the climb.
Just now starting Wirtz Avenue. $2.3K long climb, 5.5% average. But this was exactly where Kristen Faulkner went for her winning move.
Remember, the other side just as important on the way down. One more coming up behind him. I just caught a glimpse of what I think was a solo rider. Going to try and make it 6 up here. About 20, maybe 30 seconds back. And these guys right back to work. This is Cole Kessler up on the front with the yellow sleeve. Riding for the Lytle Trek Future Racing team. Second place in Knoxville last year at the 2023 championship. So these guys away. The first breakaway of the day has started, and we're going to see how they do up and over the first climb of the day. We'll keep an eye on it for you as we thank some sponsors here on FloBikes.
It's something I look forward to every single day.
It's what I know, like, it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn.
Adrenaline.
Adrenaline.
Woo!
Ready to discover your full potential? Push past your limits, reach new heights, and move like never before with HyperIce. Start your journey to better movement with our full suite of wellness technology. Loosen muscle knots with powerful percussion massage from the Hypervolt. Melt away stress and tension with the warmth of Venom heated massage. And increase circulation with Normatec dynamic air compression. It's not just for elite athletes, it's also for you. Move better with HyperIce.
What are gooder sunglasses? Stylish no-slip sunnies for all cyclists. Functional shades for bikers that are actually fun. Affordable, high-performing cycling sunnies. Fun sport sunglasses that match every fit.
Business today is fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. Segra is here to help you get what's next with our best-in-class connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, and collaboration solutions. Whatever your business dreams, we have the network and services to get you there. Segra, proud sponsor and official technology provider of the USA Cycling Pro Road National Championship.
Everybody wants a secure financial future. You included, right? The problem is your investment advisor is over here, your tax specialist over there, and your insurance agent someplace else. And you're in the middle wondering, how do I make this work for me? It's confusing, frustrating, and ineffective. Worry no more. We are Vandalia Wealth, where all your financial professionals are brought to the same table so that you can become the focus. Start being the one everyone places in the center. Be the one, Vandalia One.
Welcome back. While we were in break, some riders going down on the way up to the climb. Just on the left-hand side of the group here, we saw a couple riders involved in a crash, including that Ribble Racing jersey, and one of the Project Echelon riders also caught up in this. It's tough to see early on here. That's Kate Bickmore from Project Echelon, the rider in blue, getting caught out, and then Ribble Racing also in trouble with Colt Davis.
Never like to see this.
And you can see right where it happened, this left-hand bend. I think these guys maybe just getting pinched into that inside line. And now they got to get those bikes back together and see if they can get into one of these groups. So Project Echelon going to be down one. Kate Bickmore.
If he can get back on, I still think it's early enough in the race to recover and make it back to the group.
Meanwhile, not much change with these guys up at the front. As we get live images from our leaders of the race, we saw Cole Kessler make his way up into this group with Lidl Trek jersey. And I think this is Hilligoss back in here. Yeah, confirming. These guys rocking side to side here. There's one chaser about 15 seconds back from these guys, and then another 15 back to the Peloton. They did lose one out of this group. They're down to 5. So Wirtz, McGill, Kessler, and Hilligoss is going to be it. So I wonder if getting that chase rider over race radio, I wonder if that is a remnant of this front group or someone trying to come across. McGill looking over the shoulder. He can sense what's back there. And here's the back of the main group. Well, they were single file up to the climb. We'll go back up to the front. You see Wirtz looking straight up. He doesn't seem to be real worried about being arrow. Hilligoss is eating the stem behind him. You see Scott McGill on the hoods up front, but he does have the 90-degree elbows.
That's just the strength of Wirtz. He is another former rower, just like Kristen Faulkner was. So that there's something to the rowing family that makes them extremely strong and durable. Scott McGill looking back. I think just trying to see if anyone else is coming across. Get the numbers right for those guys.
Still trying to ID the rider in the gap. Oh, getting aggressive up here. Hillegas attacking? Or maybe just the descent? No, he's looking back. This is what you were talking about earlier. When you build that momentum, you just keep going.
Just roll through it, yeah.
Yeah, I see what's happening here.
And of course, Brennan should be rolling through to the front. The biggest guy in the group. He can bring the most speed to the four of these guys.
An absolute freight train on the front here.
Cole Kessler is coming back from mono. He's had a heck of a spring, unfortunately. So hopefully these are the weekends that he can turn the corner and make good again on his season.
See Hillegas getting on his radio back to team director and the rest of the teammates. Maybe giving them an update as to what's going on up the road in the breakaway.
Yeah, your director's going to want to know if everyone is working together or if someone's sitting on, and if that's the case, you know, the tactics can change up there, but seems all is right in this group. No one up for a feed quite yet. Imagine this place is going to be packed and busy come later today.
These guys haven't had any time to use any of their bottles or gels. So there's no time to eat or drink yet. 25 minutes in, and they've pretty much been going at it since that first climb.
Yeah, you have to push pretty hard to set the break, and by setting the break, meaning that you're going to have a minute and a half gap, get a time gap right there of only 35 seconds. So you still have to put forth a pretty strong effort to maintain the gap and deter anyone else from chasing this back down. You've been out here now for a half a lap for Brennan Wirtz, and you know you don't want to negate all that work by just a one-off rider in the Peloton saying, you know what, I want that back.
Kessler going to take over on the front now. These guys got a nice flow worked out now.
Good grief, look how flat Scott is. Wow.
What would the report be if you were in this breakaway radioing back to your team director? What do you tell them?
Yeah, that we're all rolling this. Everyone's working well. How I'm feeling, and if this is according to plan. And again, you kind of want to roll it out enough that you can get your team car up to you, one for service and two for conversation. Even though, you know, a lot of times everyone has a radio and you may be talking in it, but a lot of times it's static, and you know, the joke is that you really can't hear anything. So yeah, it's always nice just to have a face-to-face conversation if possible.
You see a little split off the front of this group. They just went into the corner at the top right of the picture. Another maybe 5 or 6 guys.
It's also good to know if anyone is chasing, who is chasing, and why. You may let someone up to the group. You can even convey your information to the others. If it is good for the group or good for you, for sure you're going to try and convey that message. So, you know, all kinds of information comes over the radio.
Let's say collegiate national champion Anthony Hilligoss in here. The biggest wild card. He's got the most to gain from being in this breakaway. He's found himself in really strong group of 4 guys here.
Pretty rough road there, seeing a couple bottles spit out of bikes. But yeah, Anthony definitely, like you said, has the most to gain being in this break, being represented for his Kelly Benefit Strategies team.
Front group getting their first preview of the run into the finish here. They'll make 3 more turns, a right and then 2 lefts to get them back on to the start-finish stretch along the Kanawha River. Trouble at the back. Above Beyond Cancer, Landis Trek. We'll get back in.
Just because it's flat doesn't mean it's easy.
Yeah. All right, so first time through the line here. These guys are going to do right around a 30-minute lap today. Those will get faster as the day goes on, but for now, we'll call it a 30-minute loop. What's the most important thing going through your mind 30 minutes into the race? What are you thinking about? Is it fueling? Is it tactics? Is it efficiency?
Tactics. I'd say tactics. At this point, it's early in the game. Your fueling is already tip-top from breakfast, lunchtime. So, yeah, just making sure that the race is going according to plan. You know, unfortunately, Project Echelon already had a crash with Cade Bickmore. Hopefully he's getting back on his bike. I would think that would be something they're going to really be keen in on. And also that Scott McGill's feeling good. So yeah, definitely first couple laps, tactics, but staying on top of nutrition is equally important. So a lot to be said in the Peloton to your fellow teammates and from the director to you. You know, stay on top of the game plan, keep it fresh in your brain, stay in good position, stay calm, and eat and drink. Hilligoss is taking it to these guys.
A little gap here. Does Hilligoss need to prove himself to these guys? Are they going to? I mean, are they going to let him in? Is he welcomed into this breakaway with names like Scott McGill,
yes.
Cole Kessler?
Hey, anybody with a number is welcomed into the break as long as it's the right guy. Hilligoss is definitely welcomed. Not too keen on him pushing the pace over the climb. They won't be too happy about that, but you know, that could just be excitement too, you know. But also a little power to weight ratio difference than someone like Brennan Wirtz.
Rest of the group working their way up the climb. There are going to be a lot of guys in here who are really just on deck. They're kind of on standby until the team needs them. So until this breakaway comes back, names like, let's say, Tyler Stites, he can just relax right now. So it really doesn't matter where Tyler Stites is in this group, because right now, Scott McGill's up there doing the work for Project Echelon, and Tyler Stites will get there when he needs to. But
and I'm wondering if Brendan Rilm is not back here waiting for Cade Bickmore to try and make contact again from his crash.
Kessler lifting the tempo a little bit. It's another big advantage to having a big team, not just what happens off the back, but the ability to have a guy wait up for a rider that went down. That's huge.
Yeah, because he's going to want and need that assistance of moving back towards the front of the peloton. And especially to get up and over this climb, through those rollers and on the descent. 2 is faster than 1.
Hanging tough at the back. Someone's going to come up and join these guys. It is going to be Noah Granigan. No surprise here. Another signing for this Miami Blazers team is going to be a major factor. Granigan is a rider that's got some hero potential here. He's a serious road contender.
Ooh, almost of a touch of wheels right there with Cole Kessler and Scott McGill. But yeah, Noah making contact has a lot of horsepower to this group now of 5.
I see Wirtz looking back over the shoulder. I got to wonder if there might even be more on the way up here.
This is the lap that they basically settle into a rhythm. Hopefully they've established the gap. We didn't get to see the time board when they came through the start-finish line, but at last time check that we got before they finished the climb, the second climb, it was only 35 seconds, and they were really having to push the pace back into town. So we'll see if the peloton hasn't let off a bit. Doesn't look like they have given much of a gap still.
No, they can't be far behind these guys because they just went past this crowd right here. What a crowd it is. Look at that.
That's awesome. It's good to see that Charleston is out in full force. West Virginia is no stranger to road racing. They had a race back in the 90s, the Kmart Classic.
Mm-hmm.
First stage was won by one of our good friends, Frankie Andreo.
Part of that Triple Crown down here. Well, hopefully this can start a new era of racing in West Virginia. And we've certainly got a supportive mayor here in Charleston.
She's great. I love her passion for sports, and it seems like you said, we've already got a new cycling fan, and being out here and giving away bikes yesterday to the kids, and has some good stories regarding that day, and even getting her family on the bikes.
Next year we'll have to spend a little more time with Mayor Goodwin in the booth. We got to get her own headset. I loved having her in here.
Yeah. Oh, just missed an ice sock. Got the second one.
Got the second one.
That tells you pretty much how hot it is out here, Brad, when you're putting an ice sock down your back, and they've planned for this, and there are no any more pantyhose in town to be found.
Yeah, this is one of those things that you have to adjust for when you host a national championship. The mayor was talking about the restaurants running out of food. Well, I'm sure pantyhose are hard to come by in the local stores here as well.
Now they know what to prepare for next year.
81 degrees out there right now. That is the forecast high for the day, so that should be about as hot as it's going to get out here, but it's going to stay like this for the next 3 or 4 hours, and not a whole lot of wind to speak of out there, so it's pretty thick. Here's the ice sock pickup for Wirtz at the back here. Missed the first one, got the second one.
Scott McGill also grabbing one right there at the front of this group. just the importance of trying to keep your body temperature under control. As soon as you start to overheat, you start to fail. Everything starts going downhill. So that's why we see that they're getting fresh bottles with ice cold water. You're trying to keep that core temperature down. You don't want to overheat, and that is a huge and significant risk out here for these guys and endurance athletes. You're on this asphalt, so what we're feeling, the ambient temperature is 80 degrees, but coming off the asphalt, it gets a little bit hotter. Thank goodness for these descents and climbs in the shade. It's the tunnel of green. It's absolutely gorgeous over there. But yeah, when you're exposed in the sun in the city and there is no wind, it starts to heat up real fast.
See Granigan stretching out a little bit at the back here. He is the latest addition to this breakaway. And the all-black jersey, number 4 at the back there. Just getting settled in.
Each lap they're gaining over 1,000 feet of elevation gain. So yeah, it's not one big climb or one significant climb. These small, powerful climbs, lap after lap. That's a lot of climbing for today.
Back up to our front group here. Looks like they're getting a little saucy.
Just these rollers, you know, you have your momentum with the group if you're not first wheel, second wheel, and just kind of push over the top, and it can create just a little bit of separation. So you have to be mindful of, you're not trying to upset the group, but you are trying to keep the speed up.
Yeah.
And you want to continue to keep this gap, and that you guys have done all this work to keep this break out. And you don't want it to just come back by being lackadaisical and losing any momentum over these little rollers.
Yeah, the way that these rollers work is really interesting, because there have been a couple times where we cut away from a group and we come back and there's a gap and it looks like something has happened, but it's really just the natural ebb and flow of things based on the elevation change on this course. So got to keep that in mind. McGill to the back now as they come down off the descent. There's a nice crowd waiting for them before they go back over the river. They're going to get back together here. It's a nice gap, bigger than last time we saw this look at them. We'll get a gap on the line, but in proper American style, the gap is now one bridge. I'll do anything but use a kilometer. I'll do anything to avoid the metric system. It's the most patriotic thing you can do. It's about 40 hot dogs between the front group and the second group right now.
Coming off this bridge, the Peloton can look over and see where that gap is and see where those guys are. So when you can lay your eyes on them, it makes you feel good if you're on the front just managing this gap. Be interesting to see the front of the Peloton. Real concerted effort right here. Everyone just reassessing after coming off that descent.
Up to Kessler. Elbow flick, Wirt's going to take over. I love this bike that Wirtz is riding. He's got the matching stem. Still got the sort of old school round tubing.
Yeah, he's riding for Mosaic. Very much a custom bike for him.
He needs it. Probably not a whole lot of stock sizes that fit that guy. In a world of carbon molded frames, it's nice to see some old school frames up at the front. Those mosaics are beautiful.
Scott McGill, our winner of Redlands Sunset Day, and Noah Granigan was actually on the podium with Scott, so these two guys know each other really well. Moto coming through the Peloton right now. Nielsen just having a chat there. Continuing up the front. A little bit broken up off the front of the Peloton up here.
Yeah, this looks like guys trying to get across. This seems like a concerted effort to me.
Coming back through the feed zone. A couple of guys going in for ice socks, fuel.
See that Rainstorm Elite jersey off to the right-hand side as well. It's another super strong American squad. Fergus Arthur, the rider in orange that you see there. It's a squad riding in the direction of Thomas Craven, another omnipresent director in the American Peloton.
Hugo Scala sitting right behind him. Back to the front. Brennan Wirtz, Cole Kessler.
I think everybody in here working. I don't know that we've seen anyone skipping pulls. Wirtz going to go to the back. Certainly Kessler doing work. Villegas not only working, but he attacked too. He's going to do his work. Scott McGill looks like he's ready to work too. And then that'll bring up Kessler back. What's happening with Granigan? Pulled the plug out of the breakaway?
Interesting.
That is...
Unless we're missing the gap here.
Remember, we saw Noah Granigan come out of the field, join the breakaway. Wear number 4 in that black Miami Blazers jersey, but I think he's gone back into the group now. A little surprising for me.
Yeah, I don't really know. Just maybe not the right mix for those guys. Prefer to have him on the front to help manage the gap. Yeah.
Kelly Benefits guy's doing a nice job trying to do a little blocking here, I guess. For
Wait a minute, that wasn't Noah. Noah is still in this group. That was someone. It was a look-alike.
Oh, so must have been someone who just drifted off the front and was coming back in.
Sorry about that. Back to the Wirtz climb here.
Is it the same spelling as Brennan Wirtz, or Brennan is W-E-R-T-Z, and I think this one is I-R-T-Z?
As it was written down on my sheet to talk about, it was spelled the same.
All right.
Guess I could look on the map. Yeah. I'm sure there's some fans out there that could tell us. Just wait for your Instagram to light up, Brad.
All right, well, as they work their way up, this group of 5 holding on to their gap. We're going to get you a number here shortly. In the meantime, let's take a National championships. Lauren, let's check in with the situation out there right now. We saw the first breakaway form, and now it seems like they've really figured out the rhythm. They're all working together. So what do we do for the next 3-4 laps of racing here?
Watch that happen. Just watch it play out. These guys are going to settle in. You may have one or two guys trying to come across like we saw right there. We thought it was Noah Granigan getting dropped, but it was his lookalike trying to come across, which didn't happen. So now it's about managing that group up the road. If they're comfortable with the gap, who else they're going to let across, and I say they is either going to be the Peloton or Project Echelon because they've got the numbers.
Let me ask you about this gap. How big is too big to go across? I mean, how many more guys may join this breakaway? Are there riders in the field right now that are looking at this as a lost opportunity?
Yeah, and that's something that we aren't quite sure of is what that gap is, and we expect it to be around 30-35 seconds, which that's not a whole lot. They want a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. That is a significant gap that no one else is really going to try and jump across. Right now, that's the problem, is that group is so close together, we're having people trying to jump across. So it's still a little unsure if this is going to settle into the race playing out right now for the next couple of laps, or if this is all going to come back together.
We'll give them another couple laps and see how things pick up for those guys out there. We also saw some trouble back in the field, some early crashes. That's just part of the nerves that you were talking about. Nationals has so much weight on these guys' shoulders, and eventually that's going to catch up with you.
It does, and we talk a lot about these first couple of laps just trying to get the nerves to settle, and that's the problem is you have Cole Davis and Cade Bigmore coming together, unfortunately, on the ground. Hopefully they're both okay. We haven't seen them back in the Peloton yet. And that'll be to be seen.
Race Radio is reporting that a couple more riders are making their way up into the breakaway. We should pick them up here. Here we go. Live images from up top. It sounded like 2 riders might have been on their way up, and there are maybe even more than that in this group. Let's see who has joined. That is going to be Lucas Bourgon, number 52 at the back here. And then Luke Ahrens, the other one that has got in for Kelly Benefit Strategy. So that makes 2 for KBS with Hilligoss and Ahrens. And then Bourgon going to get up here in the black Austin Outlaws jersey. 3rd from the back here. So that answers the question about how big that gap is. It's big enough for Luke Ahrens and Lucas Bourgon to go across.
Yeah, that is not enough. That's not enough for that group off the front to be comfortable with. And it'll just be a test of time to see how long they're going to roll it out and continue to just push hard until you kind of, you don't say give up, but you reshuffle.
Does this change anything in the breakaway, adding 2 more guys? I mean, from 5 to 7, what's the difference?
I still think it's a welcomed 2. I think the other 4 that were here are glad they are here. A little bit of reprieve, a little bit more horsepower. Now, how far will you work if you're a Project Echelon? How far will you push this out before you have radio communications? Again, they at least a full minute is comfortable enough. We've seen how hard these climbs are for the women's race. It's not going to be any different for the men's race. It's going to be equally as hard. It's going to be equally as destructive. And it's just really who can last the longest.
Bourgon getting right to work as he has made it in here. So you see very similar jerseys between Bourgon and Granigan up here. Both riders part of that Williams Racing program, the Miami Blazers for Noah Granigan, and Lucas Bourgon running for that Austin Outlaws team, both under the ownership of Justin and Corey Williams. So similar jerseys, but 2 different teams.
I liked it when they had different color jerseys, Brad. This is killing me. But it's not about me.
This is another really interesting mix of riders that probably wouldn't have raced a whole lot together. We don't see Cole Kessler here on the domestic scene racing a whole lot.
No, Cole spends most of his time, he lives in Girona, so he comes back to the U.S. He lives based out of California, attends UCLA. So, yeah, in the off season he's back in school. just kind of gives a perspective of the other life that these athletes lead besides being a bike racer. But you're right, like Cole probably doesn't spend much time in the U.S. racing at all.
Cole Kessler up second wheel there. We also talked about Anthony Hilligoss, another collegiate rider in here, studying at UC Boulder. It's pretty cool that these guys can pursue both of those paths simultaneously.
Yeah, having a collegiate cycling program, I just think is one of the unique things available to these athletes. Some of them can get scholarships to ride their bikes in college, and what an opportunity. And a lot of times when they race in college, they get to, or they have to race all the different disciplines. You know, they do a team time trial, they do race the velodrome, they race cyclocross, they race mountain bikes, and what a better way than that to become proficient at your discipline.
Yeah, we talk about Corinne Lebecki's 74 national championships. A lot of those came for her with Marian University when she rode for that powerhouse program in Indiana. Track, cyclocross, she was doing it all as part of that team, obviously with the long-term focus on the road, but yeah, a multi-talented rider with national championships in multiple disciplines as a collegiate rider, and junior, and U23, and elite. So we're working on his third bottle, his auxiliary bottle cage. He's going to get rid of that. There's a good way to watch the bike race. Got the lawn chairs out in the front.
See if we can't get a read on that time board there. Super curious what the gap is right now.
We may even be able to see it if this camera looked behind them. Again, the fact that those guys were able to go across the gap that quickly tells me that it couldn't be more than a minute, 2 minutes, something like that. That's where you kind of get into the realm of gone for a breakaway. Aaron's passing a bottle over to his man. So now 57 minutes in, coming up on an hour. Now can we start thinking about the food? Now can we start thinking about fueling?
Are you hungry, Brad?
I'm hungry. I think a hot dog. For some reason I have a craving for a good American hot dog. I don't know why.
We can always talk about fueling and the importance of fueling, because now they are probably going to grab a bottle every lap. If a lap is 30 minutes, and that's almost the time that you should be consuming a bottle every 30 minutes. So yes, we can talk about fueling. Their pockets are full of gels. You kind of start out with a little bit more solid food, and then when you kind of start to go lactate, you go to the gels and the goos, the less substance and just straight sugar, straight to the body fuel.
So we're going shaking up the bottle, little mix in there, same thing, get some carbs and calories early on here. There's your full group. We'll get a time check for you when they come across the line. I'll put a clock on the line here. There's a great shot from the corner. It's pretty far back, a little farther back than I think I thought. We couldn't even see that field in that last shot. These guys spread out all over the road. That tells me there's not a huge chase effort back in the field. Looks like a Volo up to the front of the peloton here. Remember, they missed this move, so
yeah. I'm surprised a Volo hasn't gotten up to the front, either trying to jump across with one of those guys or having someone in the break. Historically, that is more their MO, is definitely getting up the road. There's our first time gap.
So race radio saying 35 seconds back to those guys. We'll see what Brad radio says when they come across the line here. I got my own stopwatch out. We'll get a look from the camera here and also get a gap.
Race to help.
That's a good looking group through the line. Now they just got to do this for 105 more miles. All right, it's going to be 3 chasers on the way up. I like this. That's going to be about 33 seconds back to those guys. And then a Volo shutting it down up here at the front with their man away. Rainstorm's going to contribute to that too. So they're happy to let this one go. As we go back up to the front group. These guys relaxing back in the group. A little chat back there as we go back up to the front of the bike race. Brendan Wirtz going to lead the way out of the saddle. Big man on campus, literally and figuratively here. Super impressive ride for Kelly Benefits to get 2 guys up here with Aarons and Hilligoss. You got to remember, this is a Devo team, a domestic Devo team at that, riding really at the highest level here with some of the elites. So you can be sure that whoever's got Cole Kessler on their roster is looking at these other 2 guys as well, saying, who's riding with Cole here?
Yeah, and this is definitely one of the reasons they're up here, is to kind of make a name for themselves, and that's what we were talking about earlier. We were comparing it basically to collegiate riding and the importance of being up here, but also, yes, for Kelly Benefit Strategies and for that team. They have historically had good riders on their team anyway, and to graduate them onto a potential World Tour team is huge for them. It's a win for them as well. This is Nielsen Palace.
Yeah, so this must be out of the field. Is this behind those 3 guys? Guess we're going to go find out. Wirtz trying to beg his way to a bottle here.
The barges on the river seem to enjoy what we're doing. Timothy Smith and Rainstorm Racing just coming off the back right there.
Going to be Bradley Green for the Bike Works Fred Beans team, and then a Volo up there with Alfredo Bueno. Another collegiate rider, collegiate national champion this year actually. So Bueno going to try and lead them across.
view of Rainstorm Racing getting dropped right there, and Nielsen coming up the right side of our shot right there. Alfredo Bueno is definitely going to want to be at the top of this climb by the time that Nielsen connects. That's going to be huge. He does have another teammate sitting on Nielsen's wheel right there.
Yeah, let Nielsen do this work for sure. I would much rather let a World Tour guy go than a Volo here. They're also going to drag a Project Echelon rider up with them. Let's see if...
Like Zach Gregg, maybe. Oh, that's a big ask to get those guys on Nielsen's wheel. Oh my God, Nielsen's one of the best World Tour guys in the world. Made it over the top. But it's not over. It rolls for another K or two to the finish, down, excuse me, to the descent.
Palace brought Sean Quinn with him. The other EF jersey back there. And this is who they're chasing. That has now become 7 up the road. With the addition of Ahrens, Burgoyne, a solo move across for Granigan, and the break continues to grow. This is probably about as big as a manageable break is going to get. If you start adding any more guys into this mix, it becomes a pretty big group up the road here. So if Palace does come up and he drags those like 6 or 7 guys that were with him, what's that mean for the race situation?
Yeah, I definitely think that's kind of all bets off. It should all come back together and reshuffle, and I'm wondering if Nielsen just wasn't really trying to thin the herd a bit. Not necessarily get to the break per se, but definitely like make this race hard, and let's start getting down to brass tacks.
There is a gap behind Quinn now in that group. We're watching on the other camera here. Just keeping an eye on the chase effort behind these guys, because there is a blistering Nielsen Palace on his way up, and this is the group that he has formed. So this was the remnants of the Bueno move. Bradley Green is in there from the Bike Works team, the light blue jersey, and a bunch of riders coming up with Palace here. So we'll take inventory of this group, because it looks like they're moving up here and closing this gap up to the leaders.
Scott McGill just on the radio on the front group.
Feels like, what's going on back there?
Right.
Who's in that group?
I don't think that's, I didn't see Tyler Stites up there, or Sam Boardman, or Hugo Scala.
Brody McDonald is the other Volo rider up there in the group. We saw 2 of those green and yellow jerseys. Boardman was in that group as they came across the line. He was in the second group, this group right here. At least they scored him in there. I think that's him maybe 3-4 wheels back. But a lot can happen between the line and here, so.
Camera's looking back right there. See the next group.
I haven't seen Colby Simmons in a while. See if I can find that yellow jersey in there.
So the rest of the peloton is just off the back of the Nielsen Palace group. Single file.
So that means that we were really watching the formation of a chase group more than a chase last time we saw them. Good picture up here with the leaders though, so we'll stay with them as long as we can. Here's the group we were looking at. Now the moto can't get up to the front until they come off of this descent. There's no safe way to get our motorcycle up to the front of this group, and I think because there was so much going on up there, the safest thing to do is to drop back and get to the back. So
very smart.
We'll always put the rider's safety first before our pesky TV motos. Is it annoying having the motos out there with you, or is it cool knowing you're on TV? Like when the moto rolls up and you know they're shooting you, is it like...
Right. No, it's a lot more difficult in Europe because the Peloton is significantly bigger compared to the road size. And it's only annoying when they're trying to move through the Peloton because riders don't get out of the way fast enough, or just are just not even aware that a moto is there, even though the horn's going the entire time. So they're literally in the race with you for a bit, which can be a little tricky, but for the most part you want them through because they are going to be stopping traffic ahead of you. So no, it's really not. I welcome them because they usually have time information, or you are getting on TV. So usually they are very beneficial for a rider. So I'm glad they're there, and that was my feelings and sentiments. But I think for the most part, you don't mind them being there.
Coming off the descent here, some skilled moto drivers out there today. Our friends from Media Motos joining us to bring you these live pictures.
These guys are starting to split these cones at the bottom of that descent right there. See if that doesn't prove to be tricky later in the race when you get a little bit of fatigue. But they're having so much speed coming off of that hill, they can't stay within the apex of the cone, so it's just safest for them to go ahead and go wide.
Preview of the finishing circuit here. And back onto our characteristically wide roads here in the U.S. Another unique part about racing here.
Actually can make it harder to race. Because you can't barricade the road essentially with your team, and once you let something go up the road that you feel comfortable with, anyone can get around almost at any time. That's nice now, but at 2:30 this morning it wasn't so pleasant to hear the...
Maritime safety never takes a day off, Laura.
I guess not, Brad, but you know what? Could they have a quieter or maybe a light system?
Look at Ethan Dunham here from Team Skyline.
Surely by now they've got the technology to just radio.
Well, they should share that technology with the PA makers, because our stage is also right out in front of the hotel, and if you're lucky enough to get a room facing the course, you hear the first calls to staging every morning at about 7 a.m. So.
And mic check.
All right, so here is the Nielsen Palace group, and I think that's our front group up there.
Also have Brandon McNulty. You've also got Lawson Craddock up here.
Bradley Green still in there from that original move. There's Brody McDonald, number 56, and then Project Echelon gets Stephen Bassett up on the back of the group. That'll be a welcome addition here. Now Bassett looking behind him. Are there more riders coming?
There should be everyone coming.
McNulty looking back too. Definitely don't sense the urgency here. Another few riders, I think, were able to make it across. That group up the road looks a little bigger than last time we saw them.
is all going to come back together. You kind of want it to come back together before you hit the climb again, before you hit the Wirtz Road climb.
And now Paulus and Quinn going to go right to the front here. This is kind of an interesting scenario with the recent news of Evolo joining this EF Education Canada pipeline. They are now the official feeder team up to the EF World Tour squad. So these guys are auditioning for their own employees right now.
Yeah, this is all falling apart at the front, and everybody's flicking elbows and looking back. So reset on the race.
Kelly Benefit's going to try and stay out here. You might as well. These guys are in a great scenario. They're among great company for the Kelly Benefits riders. This is about as good as your opportunity is going to get for these guys. So they really need to fight to stay up here and stay near the front. But now the game is going to be to make this second split. And they did it once. Now we just got to see if they can do it again. See Craddock in the middle there, stretching out a little bit. Project Echelon's going to counter it. Yep. Just one?
That's what Project Echelon is asking too. Just me? Anybody else? Guys?
Flapping behind him. The numbers have been problematic today.
You? That's bothering you, brother.
I don't know how it's not bothering him.
Can't feel it.
That's like 2 watts right there. What do you mean you can't feel it? Well, the great reset happening on the way in, and now Project Echelon trying to redouble the efforts and try to get away here. So they're all back together. We'll call it a big group with one just barely dangling off the front at just under 98 miles to go. We'll have more live action from the 2024 U.S. Pro Road Championships live on FloBikes after this.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
You've got a premium carbon frame, like Van Aert. So aerodynamic it defies the laws of physics. And a smooth group set, like Van der Poel. Shifting, braking, precisely. You've got the same fast wheels as Vingegaard, with the matte black finish, like Marianne Vos. You've got a sleek helmet like Romain Bardet, cutting through the air like a falcon. And the coolest kit on the Peloton, like Carapaz. And the passion and courage of Cannonball Cavendish. Yeah, you got it all. but you haven't got the cotton tires the pros ride. Until now.
Welcome back, the Kanawha River. This guy has been up and down the river all day, riding alongside the riders. That is one of the best seats in the house for the national championships here in West Virginia.
But it feels good out there on the boats today. It's a beautiful day, 85 degrees. Probably great on the water.
A little cooler than what our riders are dealing with out there right now. Lauren Hall in the booth with me, Brad Soner, as we are back for another national championship here. Lauren, a multi-time national champion, but more importantly, I think your most impressive results were your second places, because it was always to a teammate, right?
Yes.
Up at the front, and that is so applicable to the riders out there today, because there's so many of these big teams like Project Echelon. We saw them going off the front just before we went to break. You really have to find teams and riders that are willing to ride unselfishly and ride for their teammates, and I think Project Echelon has all those guys today.
Yeah, I guess that's why they resonate so well with me, like a Ruth Edwards and like a Sam Boardman, wearing your heart on your sleeve and definitely putting everything out there for your team and your teammates, and it just feels so good. When they win, you win. I would actually celebrated the second place to Jade Wilcoxon. I was on what is now Human Powered Health, and I posted up just as much as she did. So I was super happy for our team and for her, and that's teamwork done, plan executed.
Yeah, we love a good second place post up, but only when your teammate is the winner, right?
Exactly.
That's the only acceptable time to post up into second place. Or, sometimes you see a U23 rider, Chloe Patrick, last year, third place in the women's race finish, but was so psyched because she had just won the U23s and went third against Kendall Ryan and Corinne Lebecki, which is a lot to say for someone like Chloe Patrick. So reason to celebrate there. We're going to pick these guys up on the front. We are confirming Brendan Rim was that Project Echelon rider that got away earlier. Only had a few seconds last time we saw him, so next time we get live pictures back, we'll take a look and see if he's still away. But that's going to be the story, as we've already seen the first breakaway of the day go and come back. How many more of these will there be? It took them, let's say, a lap and a half for that breakaway to go and come back. Is that going to be the story every lap? Is there a new group going away?
I was really surprised that last group wasn't given more leash and really let go up the road. So I don't know if it's just that's how hard the course is, if it's a attribution to the course, or if that's to the Peloton pulling that hard. Someone missed the break, really wanted it back, really wanted to get across. We saw Noah Granigan come across later. So I'm not quite sure if it's just the right mix or not, or if it's just the course. So to be determined. Now that we have a whole different shuffle and we've got a couple of guys now here in our picture, see if this isn't a group that they're going to let up the road.
I think this is still Rim with maybe Robin Carpenter. You saw off the front earlier. Wow, big gap back to third place behind these guys. So just goes to show you how quickly these breaks can get away, how quickly things can change out there on the road if you're not paying attention.
Good. That is Robin Carpenter.
And that's actually going to be Scott McGill now instead of Rim. So they swapped while we were away. Gill and Carpenter. This is another really dangerous duo. I mean, two guys that, if given the leash and given the opportunity, they can win this bike race 96 miles from now if everything goes perfect for these two. But they've got the heart, they've got the legs. Now we just have to see if they get the response from the field.
Scott McGill's second time off the front of this race. He is eager to be in the break today.
Look at this behind him as they come up over the hill. There's a couple guys barely in sight there chasing, so we'll see these two away for a while. This is a break that's going to last for a little bit.
Robin looked like he was really driving the pace, and I think this might be, like we're saying, the one that the Peloton lets the leash out, lets them up the road, lets them have a pretty big gap, settle down. and then start playing the games. We had some fans walk by and say, just say it's Robin Carpenter. It must be either family or fans that want it to be Robin Carpenter. Yeah, you're right, lady. It's Robin.
Robin Carpenter's got a lot of fans around the country. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I saw him out the other night when we were out to dinner. He was with a big table of, looked like his people.
Good.
So I think Robin maybe has a contingent here as well. Here is Lawson Craddock.
Might have gone back to the team car is what I'm going to assume. Can't get too super tucked there, Robin.
I think this one still qualifies as legal because he's still touching the saddle. So as long as you're not sitting on that top tube, it doesn't violate the super tuck rule.
This is when you're missing the likes of a Brennan Wirtz.
Oh, yeah. Back into the tuck. Remember, this descent is also the ascent on the way out. So if you can super tuck, or as close to super tuck as you can on a climb, that means it's a pretty tough climb going back up the other way. And we're not even into the woods yet. This is just leaving the river here. Here's Craddock easing his way back into the group. Nothing to worry about for him. Nice selfie right there. Awesome.
Selfie stick.
That'll be a good one. A lot of coasting going on at the back of this group. You can really see how easy that field is taking it as these guys continue to press up on the front. Nice sock for Carpenter.
Unfortunately, having that black kit is going to be pretty warm. A time gap of 35 seconds. Again, it's not that much. Yeah. Now, I just can't tell if it's the course or the Peloton, but that's not enough.
Well, now they're starting to pick it up again. I see a few guys at the top of the picture here starting to make their way away. So I think that's probably eaten into the gap here. The real tell will be after we get like 4 or 5 gaps. You kind of see whether it's trending one direction, whether it's consistent or not. That's the real story that we're looking for. Some guys like what they see up the right side.
I'm also really curious to see if Cole Davis and Cade Bickmore ever made it back to the Peloton.
Two leaders back up to the front. Carpenter in black and McGill in blue. Boy, this is tough to pick between these two. These are both evenly matched riders. They both got the hearts to do it. They both got the legs to do it. Very similar style of riding for both of these guys. I would put them into the same category as sort of rollers, I guess.
Right. But the benefit that Scott McGill has is a lot bigger team and more players on his side of the court, you could almost say. Project Echelon coming with 10 here today.
one guy to help Carpenter would be Kyle Murphy, who we saw get a call up for that Legion of Los Angeles team back in the group, but also brought Ty Magner with him. Haven't seen much of Magner at the front, though. And Danny Estevez also on that Legion of Los Angeles squad, along with Robin Carpenter. There's the 1K marker. A little preview of the finish.
Bit of a group off the front of this Peloton. Kind of broken up through here. Scott McGill, Robin Carpenter rolling through together.
There's really not much that these guys can do other than ride their race. What do you focus on in the breakaway? Is it consistency? Is it your power zone? I mean, are you more worried about maintaining your speed? Are you more worried about maintaining your power, maintaining your time gap? Like, what's your biggest metric in the breakaway?
Yes. Yeah, there's so many factors going into the breakaway. Is one, you got up there, you got it established, and you want to roll it out. So you kind of have to roll pretty hard, and sometimes you have to not look at the power numbers trying to establish the gap or continue the gap opening up, and you always are kind of wondering, again, who's chasing you and why. So when you find out who and you know why, then you can either sit up and let them come across, because right here Scott McGill has a teammate coming across to him getting a free ride. Sam Boardman sitting on Colby Simmons right there. You know, that's something that we would like to have more up there of if you're going to be Project Echelon. So that's kind of some of the factors that go into breakaway thinking. And you also want to keep your speed up. And, I mean, heck, you know the climb is coming. So there's only so much speed you can have going into the climb. And then you kind of have to push hard on the climbs a little bit out of your comfort zone, because again, we're talking about establishing the gap and keeping this gap.
Gabriel Shipley, the Evola rider that has joined in here, along with Sam Boardman, as you said. Shipley wearing number 47 in that group of three, along with Colby Simmons, number 29, and Sam Boardman, number 12.
Colby Simmons was second yesterday in the U23 race, so now their course was a little bit. Was their course the exact same as today, or I thought they had the one less climb? I can't remember if that was just the
I think they did the long course.
Right?
I think only the juniors did the short course.
Yeah, so Colby knows the attrition of this race. So for him to try and jump across, you know, we also had Cole Kessler in there earlier. Again, someone that raced yesterday. All of Evolo raced yesterday. They know this course. They know why they need to get up the road. It's just going to get harder and harder, and they want to have full control of their effort as much as possible. And why not go up the road with these guys and make contact and see if you can't shake things out a bit. Tyler Seitz sitting right there on Lawson Craddock's wheel.
Brandon McNulty up at the front of that group too. Yeah. It's amazing how quickly all the big names get up there, but it's because they're coming up to this climb and they know that they want to be ready to be there. Luke Ahrens is the Kelly Benefits rider up at the front. He's been having a great day today, got into those early moves, and now hanging with the best of them at the front of the bike race.
Also just saw Alexei Vermeulen up there. Again, another World Tour rider. He was on BMC for years. He was part of the national team in the juniors and U23 program. That's when I first met Alexei as just a kid, to be honest, over in Europe at the Team USA house. And look at him now, Brad. I'm so proud. It's great to see. Alexei is such a great influence for our sport. He has turned gravel, but yet he still loves the road. He also raced the time trial on Wednesday. He has been one of the best in the world, and here he is today, front of the field.
I remember first hearing about him up in Michigan, where he's from, at the Iceman Cometh Challenge, that great mountain bike race up there. And they said, you got to keep an eye on this 9-year-old kid, Alexia. And I was like, yeah, right. Sounds good. But sure enough, a little kiss for Scott McGill. He must have seen some of his crew alongside the road. That's awesome. I love bike racing.
You're amongst the fans almost the entire time you're out racing. This is what's unique about bike racing is as a fan you're in the stadium, and as an athlete you're with the fans. They are directly connected, and that's what we always like to talk about, is you two can be in their stadium and race the same courses and roads, and the beauty of Strava of having these KOM, QOMs to go for, and basically put yourself against their times and actually see how hard it is to do what they do as a profession.
Staying pretty chill back up here at the front of the main group. We just saw the chase go back in, so I think you're looking at third place on down right here. Is Brandon McNulty going to set tempo on the way up here for UAE?
Brandon grabbing a couple of bottles, cold water for his body. Again, we talk about that core temperature, just trying to keep it under control. Ice socks, ice water on you, ice water down the throat. Get it all.
Both riders still getting out of the saddle up and over these just little rollers. Got to keep that tempo up, keep that momentum moving. Part of it is also that they need the momentum to get through the next one. The fastest way to get through these rollers is to make sure that you maintain that speed up and over so that you can take advantage of the little downhill before you get to the next little uphill.
Sometimes you can stand up and kind of power over those gears a little bit and actually use your arms to pull push while you're countering pull push on your legs. And if you can, it's always kind of like trying to cheat the system a little bit, trying to cheat your legs a little bit, just to mix it up a little bit.
Get rid of his old ice sock and replace it with a fresh one. Meanwhile, watching Sam Boardman at the back of this group, along with Gabe Shipley and Simmons up at the front.
Getting word that Cade Bigmore did not make it back into the race, unfortunately. Hope he's okay.
Yeah.
First and foremost, but quite the bummer to finish a race that way.
Cade will be back. That won't be the last that we see of Cade Bigmore here at the National Championships.
Gabe Shipley of Avolo looking good. Rolling through. Colby Simmons. Sam Boardman's just going to sit on and ask those guys to essentially bring him to his teammate Scott McGill up here. Scott McGill's probably going to know that those three are coming across. Okay with still pushing the pace. You still want to put pressure under Colby and Gabe. You don't want to just let them come up to you very easily. Again, the gap is not that significant to back to the Peloton. And we've talked about that. You've done so much work to be out here. You need to keep this established, and they have to come to you. You don't go back to them.
Pretty cool to see. They just passed by that sign tacked up above the speed limit sign. They have some permanent signage out on the road race course here that says this is on the USA Cycling Pro Road National Championship circuit. Those are going to be up for the next 5 years. I think it's really cool that they've invested in that permanent signage.
Yeah, that's not something we normally get in road racing. We go from city to city racing our bikes, and usually we honestly don't really have course markings like we have on the signs either. So it's very welcoming. Down this beautiful descent.
Can't imagine these guys will be chasing much longer. A group this powerful should be able to make it up to them, although it's really only 2 riders working. Boardman's not doing anything in here, so
2 against 2.
It's up to Shipley and Simmons. And again, that's the right thing for Sam Boardman to do here. There's no shame in riding this way right now. It's just good bike racing.
Yeah, and back in the Peloton when we saw Tyler Stites, I would imagine Tyler's job today is to mark the Brandon McNulty's, the Lawson Craddock's of the world of the Peloton. Keep your eye on them. Keep the race plan for him very simple, so you don't have to overthink anything. Let everybody else do the work. And again, you have Sam Boardman as race captain on the road. You never really want your captain to also be the guy you're riding for. Kind of just want them to be able to just focus on the race and not have to really think about also the game plan. If you have enough riders, that is something you can do. Whereas we saw Kristen Faulkner, Corinne Lebecki, and Veronica Ewers, Kristen Faulkner's going to be calling the shots too, even though you're racing for her. It's just more pressure. We always had 3 road captains on my last years of racing, so you could kind of divide that workload and thinking mental load to to someone else, and while we're racing for a Katie Hall or a Leah Thomas or a Ruth Edwards, or if we were sprinting for myself or whatever, you could just offset that and put the team choices on someone else.
Interesting.
Front 2 coming down off the climb. See if we can't get eyes on the chase of 3.
Last check from Race Radio had them at 26 seconds from these 2 back to the chasers behind them. I'll bet you by the time they get to the line, it's even less than that.
So these 3 will be able to look to the right off of this bridge and see Scott McGill and Robin Carpenter maybe coming around the corner.
There they are. Perfect. Yep. Great shot by the drone here. Gap down to 23 over the bridge.
And I don't think this is an all-and-out chase. This is more of a monitored effort. Yep. They're kind of in no man's land. So I have a feeling that they'll definitely make it up to the 2, and they're not really in a rush to do it. But it is a pushed effort, but not an all-out gangbusters.
Good look at Gabriel Shipley there, and now up to Colby Simmons, the younger brother of the defending champion here, who did not return to defend his Stars and Stripes jersey, so little bro gonna try and carry the flag for the Simmons family. They're reporting 25 back to the chase, minute 15 back to the Peloton.
Colby's traded over to his brand new bike. I saw the mechanic wheeling them out. I can't remember if that was Friday afternoon, trading one bike for another. So he's got his old bike for his pit bike or his spare bike, and this is his brand new race bike.
Always fun to get a new bike. Everyone loves new bike day.
I don't know that I'd want a new bike right before Nationals, to be honest with you. You get so used, this becomes a piece of your body almost, and you get so used to every minute detail on your bike, and the mechanic has to get it exactly right, or you can start to tweak a knee or a back, or something just feels a little bit off. So that's a personal choice for me, but you know, Colby is malleable enough to, young enough to deal with it, I'm guessing.
I guess if the bike's a little faster, it's worth 5 seconds over
But how much faster can
130 miles. Somehow the marketing departments always find a way to make the bikes faster.
Lighter, faster.
There's always something.
They eventually don't weigh anything. It's like, how's that possible?
Already starting to see some salt stains on Carpenter's black jersey here.
That is something you really can't see on TV, is when these athletes come in and talk to us, they are soaking wet.
It's soaking.
And we see the salt stains, and you can see it in their helmet straps. Their hair is just all salted over, so they sure do make it look easy on TV. We're going to have to tell Sam that he's about to have to braid his hair. It's more aerodynamic to braid it than just pull it back in a ponytail. Project Echelon, if you're listening. Jess Sarah, if you're listening. We're going to make Sam faster than he already is.
The moto's telling him right now.
Yeah,
He's like, you gotta get that thing in a ponytail. You're killing me.
He's not been in the wind tunnel.
There's a good look at those salt stains. By the end of this day today, he is going to be covered in that. It'll look like a topo map on that guy's back.
Beautiful factor bite. Little flick of the elbow. Scott, it's your turn. Come on up here. Really liking the Argon 18 bikes of Project Echelon this year. The paint scheme is beautiful. Multicolor blue.
Great. It's about as aero as a guy gets on a bicycle right there. Pushing the limits of what is possible for human and machine.
Project Echelon has such a great concept. Every time they go to a race, wherever they are across the U.S., I would imagine across the world, they are reaching out to the veteran community and inviting them out to be a part of the team, come out to the team tent, sit in the car. These guys have definitely done a lot to empower those that have retired from the military and maybe be struggling with PTSD and trying to find their way back into society. As if anyone knows about transitioning away from one community to another, definitely elite athletes understand that it's really hard to adjust back to being a normal human being. Like, we don't even know what that is.
That's one of the really cool things about that squad. One of the mission-driven teams in here, riding with a purpose. Talk about that Above and Beyond Cancer team, another mission-oriented squad that has still found their way to racing at the top level here. And I would say Robin Carpenter's team has got a mission as well with that Legion of Los Angeles team, changing perspectives through the bicycle, as they say. Yeah. I think they've done that for a lot of people here in the United States.
Yeah, they have.
Well, these guys nursing a 20-second gap now, trying to make their way up to Carpenter and company.
leave Tyler Seitz in the pocket, leave him in the Peloton to look after himself, and start sending guys up the road, put some pressure under Volo, under these other teams, Rainstorm Racing, and try and get them to do a little bit more work to see if they can't isolate out some of these World Tour guys, essentially.
Well, it's tough for us to tell. This is such a crucial part of the course when they go up and over. Unfortunately, because of the tree cover and the elevation, we lose signal up there, so we'll pick them up as they come back over. But I'm going to expect a smaller gap. It was 20 seconds when we went in to break. It had gone from 25 to 23 to 20, and so I think logically we can expect that one to go down to 17, 15, and so on from there. So it's coming. I think the catch is on its way up, and then what the big question is how this group reacts after that catch happens and how the field reacts too. That's the other one, and you got to look at who missed the move. All those World Tour guys back there, the Nielsen Palaces, the Lawson Craddock's, the Tyler Stites, the big favorites going into this one. Do they need to worry yet or not?
No, not at all. This is okay. This is what they want. They want a break to go up the road, settle the Peloton down, and let that gap establish out a couple minutes even, because we've seen on these climbs that they are so hard how fast a true climb and a true effort can get right back up to the front of that break. So yeah, Project Echelon is going to be happy to send these three up the road, have Sam Boardman attach onto that, probably have Sam sit on, have Scott do a little bit more of the work, and see if we can't put some more pressure under the Brandon McNulty's on the Lawson Craddock's like you're talking about.
A lot of waiting for those guys back there, just trying to see how this breakaway kind of shakes out. Again, if you don't have a big team, not much you can do other than sit back and let the big teams do what they're going to do and just try and figure out how to beat them that way.
The name of the game is patience. It may not be the most glamorous or fun to watch at times, but that's the name. That's what you have to do if you're Brandon McNulty. He's just buying his time. He's letting these miles go by, sink into the legs, and then he's going to make his last push on I would say the last couple of laps and really put forth the effort.
We talked about Project Echelon in the criterion, putting pretty much the full squad on the front all night. Was it boring to watch? Maybe. Did they sweep the podium? Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now this is interesting, though. This is a wild card. We weren't expecting EF Education Easy Post to be coming across as well.
So I think this is Nielsen Palace. It's either Palace or Quinn.
Either one. That's a heavy threat.
He's going to make it up to the chasers, onto the wheel of Boardman. Oh, and there's the leaders right there. So
right.
Catch is being made in front of our eyes.
Was in front of our eyes.
Confirming that is Nielsen Palace who has made his way up. Wow. So add Palace to the list. Simmons is going to go right through him here. That's Colby Simmons up in the yellow jersey up on the front, as Gabriel Schiffley will go to the back. And this was the real question, is what will these guys do when they make contact? Boardman's up there working. Powless going to work. And now it looks like Scott McGill can sit on. This is where the catch happened right here. It was Simmons brings him up. And Palace couldn't have been far off at this point, so he must have had this move in sight. And again, you got to remember, Sam Boardman hasn't done a lick of work in that group all day. He's been sitting on those two because with a teammate up the road, it wouldn't make any sense for him to contribute. He's just there as an insurance policy if the group does make it up. And now that they have, Project Echelon's got two in there. So now would Boardman work, now that he's into this group with Scott McGill? Now is he allowed to go to the front and start taking pulls here?
Let's see, actually. You know, it's I'm kind of unsure. You know, you don't want to take away too much from Tyler. And, yeah, I would think that Sam would probably do a little bit of work. Scott has been up there, and it was basically what we saw was 2 against 2. It was Colby and Gabriel basically up against Scott. Woohoo! Tricky right there. And so, yeah, I think Sam might do the work now, since like I said, it was Scott McGill and Robin Carpenter doing the work against Gabriel and Colby. So now just rolling down this descent into town. Ooh, using all of that road. That's a little bit off camber right there in the apex of that turn.
Got you a little nervous?
I'm sure they make it's probably a lot easier to them than it feels for us. Getting 22 seconds on that chase.
This guy's tucked in at the front. As Carpenter finishes up his descent. Shipley and Simmons having a little chat.
Yeah, it didn't look like they were talking about fun and games, were they? Alexi Vermeulen up here. Brennan Wirtz. It's hard to pick these numbers out right now.
So now 4 new guys trying to make it across and join that front group.
Gavin Lady up there.
Oh man, that'd be a big pickup for Avola if they got him up into that group.
And it looks like Noah Granigan again. Alexei just head down, driving the pace.
Stephen Bassett going to be the Project Echelon rider with him.
Stephen not going to do any work here.
Yeah, so he's now into where Sam Boardman used to be.
And I can imagine Gavin might not do any work either, having Gabriel up the road. Nope. Yep.
Answers that.
Sorry, guys. Got a guy up the road.
These guys at 22 seconds up to the leaders. You can just see those motos up the road. That is the front group. So these guys trying to make up a 22-second deficit with only 3 of the 5 working in that group. Because Gabriel Shipley, Sam Boardman, and Scott McGill are up the road in this breakaway, so their teammates not going to chase them down. Quicker poles up on the front, starting to shorten those up a little bit. They're not spending as much time up there. Part of that is just working out the rhythm a little bit here.
So all 6 are working. Robin Carpenter just pulling off, shaking out his legs a little bit.
Again, up on the front of the chasers now. So Granigan, Vermeulen, Lady, and Bassett, your 4 riders here. Boy, Gavin Lady's stock continuing to rise. This is like a GameStop run for this kid.
No doubt he has had such a great weekend. Winning exudes confidence, and it just led into more wins. And their team was riding stellar, having Brody McDonald on the podium as well.
Not an ideal gap for Palace, but he'll close it down no problem. I should point out this is the second Palace that we've had racing. Shayna racing earlier in our Elite Women's race with that DNA Pro Cycling squad. Nielsen's sister. Talked about the 2 pairs of sisters in our Elite Women's field with the Ryans and Schneiders. This group looking really comfortable now. Although, I still don't think they're riding fast enough to hold off this chase behind them. I would say this Granigan group, even with only 2 guys working, they'll make it up there eventually. It's going to take longer than they would have hoped, but they'll slowly be able to chip away that time.
They're getting a time gap.
Right there.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough catch though, right here at the base of the climb. Bridge Road climb.
Boardman chatting with God, I would love to get a microphone in there.
I don't know that we would need that. I think maybe that's not PG rated.
Well, that's the second rider to talk to him now. I wonder if there's a consensus in this group. There you go. Granigan about to get back on. We'll call that contact. Good enough for me.
Yeah.
So now add 4 more to the breakaway.
Project Echelon has 3 of the 10.
At what point do you shift the focus away from Tyler Stites? Is it when you get 3 out of 10 into the front breakaway? I mean, when do you start to kind of go all in on Plan B?
No, this is still the focus on Tyler Stites. Essentially, what's going to happen? They want that break so far up the road that when Tyler hits it, or Brandon McNulty, or Lawson Craddock, or whoever the World Tour, put a name in there, whenever they hit it and they're going for the winning move, the idea is that they catch this group at the perfect time, that Tyler now has a couple of teammates up the road that have something left in the tank to then help guide him and shepherd him to the finish line and assist him, because now you've got 2 against 1. If you've got a World Tour guy, you do have Nielsen up here. That's the wild card. That's a bit more tricky, because Nielsen, he's a World Tour guy, and that's not really someone you want to go up against. So a little bit of a different scenario there, but you still kind of have to play that game and play the numbers and stick to the plan. You can only worry about so many riders, right, until you're just like going crazy thinking about these things.
Right. There is 1 more Project Echelon rider in the gap between this group and that new group of 10 that just formed on the front. Just caught him rolling through in front of Cole Kessler here, leading what we'll call the remainder of the peloton now, which is significantly smaller than the 133 starters. Back up to the front, Palace setting tempo. 77 miles to go. Brendan Rim is the Project Echelon rider on the way up here. So this is Rim into 11th spot on the road. He's behind the 10 leaders and in front of the rest of the chasers. All right, are 4 guys in the breakaway enough to shift the focus off of Tyler Stites?
I don't know. Only if Tyler doesn't make it up there in the finish, then on these finishing climbs, then you can shift your focus. And that's all right. Like, yes, they've got plan A and plan B and plan C. So, let's see. Is that
It's a good
Brandon
attack,
McNulty?
whoever it is. Yeah, the white jersey. Wouldn't be surprised if this is McNulty and Quinn going. Looks like Sean Quinn was the only guy able to follow it.
So as much as we're talking basically about Project Echelon against World Tour, you have to focus World Tour against World Tour and just the best riders in the Peloton against the best riders in the Peloton. Brandon McNulty also doesn't want Nielsen Palace up the road with 10 guys. That only helps Nielsen away from Brandon. Yeah, we keep talking about Brandon. He is one of the strongest guys in the Peloton. I don't mean to just harp on him. But yeah, you've got the Lawson Craddock is probably equally worried about that too, so that's why Alexei Vermeulen is up the road. So Noah Granigan, same thing. You kind of just are trying to play your strengths against their strengths as best possible for your situation.
Cole Kessler in a little bit of trouble here. Super strong early on in this race, but now fading off the back of the group.
Yeah, talking to his dad earlier, essentially I think he knew that he wasn't really going to be at the end of this race, so just I don't want to say using this as a training day, but it's kind of an expensive training day. But you know, stick in it as long as you can, and you know, do what you can. Go ahead and put yourself out there and give it an honest shot coming back again from mono, and hopefully, like we said, having a better second half of his season.
Drew Dillman, number 99 here, fighting to get his way up to the top. Drew's got a pretty good YouTube channel going. You should check that out. I saw the GoPro up on the front.
It's kind of like Will Harden. I was talking to him yesterday, and he has a good YouTube following as well. He puts all of his crits up and all of his stats up there for everyone.
It's the best way to learn. Watch the best at what you want to do. This group's still struggling to get organized. They're coming up to the feed zone. That's probably why it's a little chaotic up there.
And like you said, the conversations, hey, are you going to work, or what's going on here? So it is falling apart just a little bit. Like we said earlier, you can start to see the sweat salt stains on Robin Carpenter. Oof.
So these guys working their way up and over past the feed zone. Still keeping an eye on Brendan Rim a little further back. Just watching these guys through the feed zone now. So this will give us a good idea of that gap, because we just saw the front of the chase group just at the beginning of the feed zone. And now Simmons taking off. Going on here, Broden McDonald and Tyler Stites. Yep. Are they leaving that group? So there's been another chase group forming off the back of our leaders. That's what we just saw Stites and McDonald on the way up to. So you're now looking at 11, 12, 13, and 14 on course, I think.
Brandon McNulty, Sean Quinn.
CS Velo rider is going to be Kieran Howe. And then Kyle Murphy, the Legion rider at the back here. Well, so now we got to run through the team tactics again, because Quinn's got one up there. Murphy's got one up there. Howe does not, and McNulty does not. So in theory, 1 and 3 should be the guys that are really interested in getting up here. But I think Quinn wants to get up there and help out Palace. I think Sean Quinn intends to be the reinforcements for Nielsen Palace here.
Yeah, but this is definitely Brandon McNulty driving this. He attacked right across the bridge at the bottom of the climb. And, you know, again, we talked about, again, going back to Tyler Seitz and Project Echelon, big miss right there. You know, they were sending guys up the road left and right, and then Tyler's main job is to essentially follow the bigger moves across. So he's kind of missed that move.
Now we'll see if they try and keep chasing up there. "20 seconds the last check, but that was about 4 minutes ago, so this one's going to come down significantly. Boy, a lot of changes going on out there on course right now. This is a crucial time in the race. The most important thing are the chasers back behind. That's where the story is being told right now, from 11th place on down, because that is where all of these road favorites are right now. It's being led by Brandon McNulty. He was the first one to start it, but Sean Quinn is in there. Now they've got Tyler Seitz on the ropes. He's starting to panic a little bit to try to chase this one. Yeah, look at the chaos up here. Boardman, I think, has hit his limit. As these guys accelerate out of the front group, he's not going to be able to respond here.
Interesting. That's a big loss for Project Echelon right there if Sam Boardman's getting dropped.
Don't count him out yet. He could still get in this one. Remember, Boardman is going to be in this sandwich of two groups coming together. So worst case scenario, he may be able to tack onto that second group that makes their way up. Everyone on the radio now. They're trying to figure out what's going on, just like us.
Yeah, just because the situation is so fluid right now. Usually we get, you know, a break off the front, it settles down, things kind of get into a rhythm. But today is all bets off. One, it's national championships, so much on the line. And two, this course just bodes to just constant chaos.
Gap of the line for that second group, the McNulty group, as they went across, was 2:30 up to the leaders. But after McNulty stepped on it on the bridge going across, it's going to be much less than that. He brought a significant chunk back, and then onto the climb as well. But don't forget about these guys. We've been talking a lot about the chase as Granigan, Bassett, McGill, Palace, Simmons, Halady, Vermeulen, and Carpenter have been getting to work up here as well. And again, looking for the riders skipping poles in here, see who's not working, but I think I've seen just about everyone at the front.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go. Now Bassett got some words for these guys.
Yeah.
Sam Boardman back in. Remember, he was struggling on the climb, but hung in close enough to chase back onto the wheel. much longer pulls for these guys than the chase group. You see they're spending like 20, 30 seconds up on the front. That big group behind, they're rapidly pulling off the front, only spending 5 or so seconds up there taking pulls in the chase group.
Essentially, this is the Brandon McNulty train. Just hang on.
Vermeulen into his feed bag. And they're not making it easy on him. It's a tough lunch break for Alexei Vermeulen here.
The disadvantage of not having teammates, but Alexei making it all work, getting it in.
It's probably easy compared to a gravel feed zone, I guess, for Alexei.
Probably a little bit less dangerous. It is fun to see how the gravel racers stack up against road racers and World Tour guys. You know, this is Alexei's top of his game. One of the top athletes in gravel racing, and definitely here in road racing too.
Well, now this group going to look to Brandon McNulty to do what he does best. They need like a solid 15-minute effort out of this guy, and there's no one better qualified in the group than Brandon McNulty here.
Normally it's Tadej Pogacar on his wheel that he's shepherding around.
Back up to the leaders. This is Colby Simmons, who riding with Robin Carpenter up on the front here. Moving, I think, noticeably quicker than the guys behind them. These guys look like they got a little more pep in their step now. Carpenter looking back over the shoulder.
Eager to get to the Wirtz Road climb.
These guys may be sensing what was happening behind them, that group was going to get bigger. It was going to be 10, then it was going to be 15, and it was going to get unmanageable. So they got out ahead of that. They said, let's just split this again and try and stay away.
They make it look easy, but this is one of the hardest things to do, to get into the break and then attack out of the break to create a new break. It's just, that is so hard to do. It's like sprint after sprint after sprint into like a 400-meter dash, into a 2K effort, and then, oh, by the way, why don't you just throw a marathon on top of that and then go back to sprinting? It's you know, just trying to compare it to something that someone that may not ride bikes can understand.
I think they are into the marathon stage of this now.
Right.
So now McNulty has the responsibility squarely on his shoulder for this group as they try and roll their way up with just over 71 miles of racing to go. 2 still away off the front of this race, making their way up and over. Sam Boardman holding on for dear life. My man. That's all he can and should do. All right, on their way up, the gaps are opening and closing. It's chaos out here in Charleston, West Virginia. We'll give you an update when we come back from these short messages.
what are gooder sunglasses? 6 sunnies for fixie skidders, $25 sunglasses for your $10,000 road bike, vibrant dirt shields for single-track cyclocross adventures, gnarly no-bounce frames for the MTB trails. Basically, gooder sunglasses kid out your face.
Team and a river in the middle. Take me to my hometown. My hometown is your hometown. It's got a gold dome, heard the picking on the fiddle.
At CAMC, our focus has always been on building better healthcare for you. Our new Center for Learning and Research combines cutting-edge technology with hands-on experience for physicians, nurses, and other caregivers. Using specially designed simulation rooms and robotics with expert instruction, our learners expand their expertise. Because you deserve the most advanced care possible, now and in the years to come. Welcome to the future of medicine.
Under 71 miles left to race as we tick closer and closer to the 2.5-hour mark out here in Charleston, West Virginia, with our elite men out on course. A lot changing on this time around the circuit, the 10 circuits out there, but now we're really starting to see these groups changing back and forth. Last time we saw them 2 guys away, but that really came out of multiple breakaways coming together and sort of reshuffling out there. So we're going to hit a general reset here pretty soon, as there's been a lot going on out there, and I have to think the riders are going to feel the same way too. Brandon McNulty on the way up to this group. We're going to pick him up here shortly and see how long these 2 guys can stay off the front with Robin Carpenter and Colby Simmons out there solo. Where do you want to be in this race right now, Lauren? Would you rather be the 2 guys out there trying to hold off a charging Brandon McNulty? Would you rather be sitting in McNulty's group on the way up? Where's the best place to be in this bike race?
I want to be in the group that Robin Carpenter and Colby Simmons broke away from. That means Brandon McNulty is coming up to me. I'm in front of him, and I'm waiting for him to come to me. And they're already on the works climb, meaning they're coming back down Oak Ridge Drive, meaning they're coming back through town. So by the time they get to me, that's perfect place. And hopefully Brandon McNulty has expended some energy that he can't just continue to be so aggressive again on the Bridge Road climb. Essentially, when he attacked across the bridge to Bridge Road, it just decimated the field.
Yeah. And here we go, back out to live pictures. That is Vermeulen at the back of this group. So they're starting to fall apart at the seams a little bit. And then the question is, did these guys make it up to the 2 leaders? We'll have to scoot forward a little bit here once it's safe to do so and get a look at them. Gap wasn't much last time we saw him, so it'd be pretty easy for these guys to close that last little bit up to Carpenter and Simmons.
Oh, this is just brutal. Alexi is just all over his bike right now, trying to hold these wheels in front of him. This is just a little bit of a riser off the climb, like rollers to the descent back into town, and it is just all he can do to just hang on to the back of this group right now.
Meanwhile, looks like that catch has been made up at the front. We're going to scoot ahead here. One of, I think, the EF guys attacking on the front here. There's Carpenter, and then Simmons now into 4th spot. So now you see Quinn, McNulty, Powless, and Simmons. Boy, a a list of names that has one thing in common. The World Tour riders making their way up to the front here. And look at McGill trying to recruit some help. He's like, let's go. We cannot do this with these guys. They are going to cook us all day long if we try and hang around. So almost panicked trying to get Robin Carpenter to go with him. It's the right thing to do, though. Look at this group. Who would want to ride against that? Who would want to ride against Brandon McNulty, Nielsen Powless, Colby Simmons?
They want to. It's just if they can or not.
I don't want to.
I like to watch it.
Oh, man, and Alexei Vermeulen, the other great show out here right now. Sometimes the best story is not what's happening at the front of the bike race. It's what's happening at the back of this group, and Alexei Vermeulen scrambling to stay in here is a great story right now. It's him in the dark blue jersey, just got back on. He's going to be yo-yoing all day. Again, these deceptive gaps that look so big, but if you know the course and you're able to just stay calm and not panic, you can get back in.
Nielsen Powless having Sean Quinn up here is going to be huge for him later in the race.
Oh, Vermeulen shaking his left leg out.
Oh, no,
Now
you'd
the
hate
right
to know
one.
that he's cramping up already.
Simmons, looking like he might be thinking about setting something up. Yeah, this group cannot stay like this. Something's got to give.
Kieran Haig of CS Velo is having a good ride today.
Simmons with a little gap.
Just trying to get up to his feed.
And now Robin Carpenter at the back, going to grab a bag. The Carpenter Sweat Index continuing to tick up. Grabbing a gel off of that bottle cap.
Again, there's a whole feed zone where you can discard your trash bottles.
Grab a fresh ice sock to cool down.
Wow, that's a lot of gel.
That's a lot of stuff.
That's a lot of food.
Who's he talking to?
Someone behind him who doesn't want him to throw his feed bag down, so it goes right into my front wheel.
He's talking to Kyle Murphy.
Thanks, man. And then you're too far out of the feed zone to discard it, so yeah, you can get to a race mode. That's very nice.
Let's hope he doesn't offer Murphy any of this ice. Little chat, and right back to it. More guys coming up. That's going to be Granigan. I think that's finally it in the separation. $12 guys? Does that sound right? Yeah, counting 12 in this group. I think all these guys are happy to have a little break here. After a chaotic few laps. They're all enjoying this little post-feed time.
I am too. I was confused all over the place.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah.
There were guys all over the course.
Well, it's going to happen again. I hate to break it to you, but we still got 66 miles to go. So strap in.
Okay, you got it. I'm here for it. This might be the race, Brad. I don't know how many guys are going to come back to this group if unless these guys completely sit up and take on the calories that they have just picked up from their musette bags.
So there's your nearest chasers right there, I think. Oh no, those are our leaders going around, sorry.
Don't make it more confusing.
Thought they were trying to show us the chase group back behind. I saw our TV motos with them. Already starting to see a lot of guys stretching out, shaking the legs. 2.5 hours in. Is this where you start to cramp up? I mean, where's the cramp window?
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily a time thing, but I think it's more off of effort and intensity. We've heard from the elite women just how hard the course was, and you saw how quickly it whittled down. So I think that is just the same situation for the men here. It's just attrition, and it's just they're racing their bikes so hard that the factor is already here. You know, a lot of again, the bridge road climb peaks out at 22% at one point, so it's extremely steep. So that's a lot of when you're pressing on the pedals and pushing down on the saddle, it's just hard on your low back, and that's what you're seeing a lot of these guys kind of stretch out more their lower back and hips. Just you don't get a whole lot of time to stand up on this course and take a break, and it's only in town when they can kind of assess things and stretch it out a little bit. Everything else, you're either going up or down.
We'll put a clock on these guys on the line. Get us a little gap here. Gap's got to be at least a minute. They got all the cars in the gap between these guys, so might even be a minute plus. We'll wait and see.
This could be a good day for Kyle Murphy and Robin Carpenter.
Yeah, Murphy is always a factor here at the Nationals. He always seems to have a good national championship ride. I think he's one guy that really tries to focus on this ride, makes it a central part of his training plan. Slowing up a little bit on the bridge. This is where McNulty launched his race-defining attack right here. And it was really that move that ultimately contributed to the downfall of that original breakaway and creating this split that you see now. Looks like they're hitting it again on the climb on the way up here. This is going to be Simmons to the front. Gap is now over 2 minutes, and chasers still haven't hit the line.
Wow. Decimated Peloton.
I guess this is all that's left.
The dropped group, you would almost say. Yes.
That's about 230 to the line for these guys from the leaders.
Sam Boardman's just going from group to group right now.
I don't know if I see Stites in here. Must be back in a third group now.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, now Project Echelon going to have to go all in on this scenario.
Okay, yeah, okay, now.
Now can we race for the guys in the breakaway?
Yes, Brad, we sure can.
Yeah, see, there's Brody McDowell coming through, so there were some spectacular explosions over the last couple laps. And I don't think that really speaks to a bad day for Stites and McDonald so much as it does a great day for these 12 up the road here, because I can count the number of people that could follow that Brandon McNulty move on one hand. And
they're up there.
Yeah. You see Lucas Burgoyne in there. He was in that front group originally.
I'm going to bet that Tyler was just in that group.
Back up to the front. This is where we got to move our booth next year. Wherever this is, seems like the place to be.
Yeah. If I'm Project Echelon, I'm riding for Scott McGill now. He's had such a strong day already. He's up here. Stephen Bassett is up here as well.
What's Granigan doing with his hand? I don't know if you just saw his left hand. He was just had it out and kind of shaped, maybe signaling to the moto behind him that he doesn't want him to move up.
I must have missed it. I didn't see it.
I don't know if we can go back and get a replay of that, but just had his left hand off the bars there for a little bit. Must have been a signal to the motos. Back up to a hard-working Sean Quinn. Now these guys can settle down a little bit. I guess now that the gap is up to 230, I said earlier it was going to be chaotic again, but at this point, this is a selection. This is the selection being made right here. One of these 12 guys is going to win this bike race today. And I think they're realizing that there's not a whole lot of threat behind them when you get a 2:30 time check. And I would call that 2:30 and growing. Does that give these guys a little bit of confidence?
Room,
I mean, does that lull them into confidence here?
Yeah, well, it doesn't even lull. It is confidence. This is definitely some of the strongest people in the peloton. That's the thing, is all your firepower, all your horsepower is up here. There might be one or two back in the chase group, but nothing that's going to stack up against these guys. So I think this is essentially your race-winning move up the road, and this is what we will be talking about for the rest of the day.
Just saw one of the Project Echelon guys with a number still pinned on, handing off the ice sock here to McGill. So
just because you're out of the race doesn't mean your job is done.
I think Vermeulen feeling a little bit better. He's made his way back up to the front. We saw him shaking the legs out as they were going through the feed zone, but that's Vermeulen right there. Robin Carpenter next to him. Carpenter and Murphy up on the front is a dangerous duo. That's the kind of two-rider move that all of a sudden jumps away. And these guys will. They're not afraid to try some crazy stuff, but that's how you're going to beat someone like Nielsen Palace. You're not going to go watt for watt against Brandon McNulty, right?
No way.
You're not going to turn this into a 63-mile TT and say, I'll just beat McNulty to the line fair and square. So they're going to have to gamble here because these guys aren't going to beat Palace and McNulty on a straight-up numbers basis.
No way. And that's what we'll see later in the race, is this group falling apart because people are trying to attack and get up the road and get some distance between them and the likes of these World Tour guys of Nielsen Palace and Brandon McNulty. And that's where it's nice for Nielsen to have a teammate of Sean Quinn, or vice versa, depending on whatever their tactic is today. But to have two in the group always feels a little bit better, just like we saw. This is EF, just like Kristen Faulkner and Corinne Lebecki. Having someone to talk to is always just a nice reminder, and having that teammate there. See if they also can't go 1-3 like their female compatriots.
Remember earlier we saw Scott McGill try and recruit Robin Carpenter into that little move. Once the McNulty train came up and joined, they very quickly took inventory, and McGill was like, we got to get out of here. Yeah. That didn't work, and so now they're in a precarious position surrounded by some of the best in the race.
And that's where I would think Scott needs to be, like you said, take inventory of who is there, be patient, and reorganize. Talk to your director and get a different game plan. I'm pretty sure their game plan was Tyler Stites. He missed the move, so that is out the window. So what's plan B now that you've got this situation? Let's be patient. And obviously Scott is riding really well today. Let's take some other chances.
Palace shaking his head now. Not sure what he saw. Do you see the bottle down his chest? That's been gaining popularity recently. They figured out it does make you a little more aero. In fact, they had to ban the bottles down the jersey in the time trial because riders are trying to stuff bottles down to try and get more aerodynamic. So this is probably mostly a utility move, trying to carry an extra bottle, but it does make you a little aero. See how Palace really turns this into as much of a straight line as he can. Even when the road chicanes, he's finding that straight line straight through, barely moving those bars. Back to the bridge. I know it doesn't look like much, but those are tiny little checks that these guys have to write in order to close these gaps. It's not a big deal on the descent, but once you get onto this flat section of the bridge, you got to throw a few more watts to close it. Those eventually will add up, but yeah, not a problem for them right now. They're dipping into the account, though.
Nielsen leading this group of 12 through town right now.
He's going to grab the chest bottle now.
Avolo rolling through. Gavin Lady. Probably the story of the weekend is Avolo's rides and wins. It's been such a great weekend for them.
As if the dominant U23 performance wasn't enough, they had to come beat up on the elites too.
This is John Hamlin driving the Project Echelon car, having a conversation with Scott.
At 2:30, these guys, if they have a car in here, they're all going to be able to get in behind this group. Simmons going to go now. He saw guys putting their bottles in the air, and he said, all right, if you're not feeling it, I am. Even if this only gets rid of 1 or 2 guys, that's...
Well, it's kind of a futile effort. That's, again, Colby just needs to be a little bit calm.
McNulty was in the middle of lunch. He's still got the gel, and he's like, come on, man.
But I think Colby really needs to spend that energy either on the climb or with someone else. I'm not quite sure why you still need to drive the pace from these guys.
What if you just spend an annoying Brandon McNulty for the next 2 hours?
That's purely his job.
Yeah.
That's all he wants to do.
Just get under his skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, see.
He's getting under somebody's skin for sure.
EF's not happy either. Yeah, this was bound to happen. Eventually, this group would find their differences. Vermeulen back into his feedback.
Yeah, I get that not everybody's going to roll through, or they're not rolling through at the pace that one might like or desire, but at the same time, are you going to let a 2.5 minute gap, are you going to let that come back, or you're up the road with the best? You kind of just have to deal with what you got. Come on, John, get a little closer to that car.
Bassett trading bottles out here with John Hamlin.
There you go. Next team car up.
So yeah, when you start to see team cars starting to line up to get in here too, that also tells us things calming down at least a little bit. But I think there's some guys in here who are going to be looking to take advantage of that. There are some chaos agents in this group of 12 that don't want to let these guys get comfortable.
Yep, I'm just thinking about that. I don't understand why not. You've got 60 miles to go. You've been out here almost for 3 hours now, and if you just start playing games, you're just spending, you're just wasting energy. I get that it may not be the best situation for you and for your team, but like I said, you gotta deal with what you got. And if you're not feeling it, then try and sit on.
Gavin Halady.
I think right now everybody's just having the moment to go back to their team cars and have the conversation with their directors, and like I said, get a different game plan of what they're working with here. Headed toward the Wirtz road climb now.
Kieran Howell going to lead them up. Great ride for Howell today to make this selection. I mean, there are a lot of really strong riders that missed this one, but the heads-up riding by Kieran here, getting him into the front group and a shot at a top 10 ride at Nationals. These guys just did the fastest lap of the day. Lap number 1, they did a 30:22. Lap 2, they were at about 31:30. Then a 30:30, but they just went a 29:03 on the front. So it's starting to step up here as Kieran Howell led him through the line. Now Brandon McNulty on the way up at 58 miles of racing to go, just under 3 hours in. These 12 are your front group with Howell, Carpenter, McNulty, Vermeulen, Halady, Simmons, Quinn, McGill, Bassett, Murphy, Granigan, and Palace. Downtown Charleston here. A little bit of a reset happening in this race. We are now down to a group of 12 riders. It's 2:30 back to 13th place, so that group of 12 pretty comfortable up there. We saw the cars starting to come up and feed, so Lauren, it seems like they are pretty comfortable with this scenario.
Yeah, I think this is our conversation for the rest of the day is this group of 12. I can't imagine the group 2.5 minutes back is really going to come back to this group of 12 unless complete disaster, which we of course never hope for, never want to talk about. So yeah, the race is up the road, and that's what we're going to be talking about.
Some big names missing from this front group, including Tyler Stites, who is a big pre-race favorite. Lawson Craddock also missing this move, but we do have Nielsen Palace, Sean Quinn, Colby Simmons, and Brandon McNulty up here. So if a split comes here, does it come at the last 2 laps on the circuit? I mean, where do these 12 guys split it? How do you play it out?
Or is Brandon McNulty just going to push the pace? Nielsen Palace going to push the pace on the climb just enough to just keep spitting guys out the back and just whittling it down like we saw in the women's race. And it was only in the last lap that we saw Kristen Faulkner break away from Ruth Edwards. And I kind of feel like that's going to be the name of the game today. It's just this course is going to really start to wear on everybody. We already saw Alexi Vermeulen in a bit of trouble. Looks like he's kind of recovered out of whatever was going on. But, yeah, this is going to be a tough rest of the day for these guys.
Good news is for them, no wind out there, so on the few exposed parts along the river here, they won't have to deal with any heavy wind. Temperature holding right around 83 degrees. The sun is out, partly cloudy out there, but not really enough to cast any shadows anywhere and cool things down. So this is as hot as it's going to get. It's not really going to get any worse from here, but as we say in the Midwest, it's not the heat, it's the humidity that gets you.
How about you call from the top of the climb, and I'll call the race from one of these boats next year.
That sounds good to me. I'll be up getting my hot dog fix up on the party.
I'll be dipping my toes in the water. Looks like they're having a good time down there on the river.
Boats along the Kanawha River. Back up to the front group. Status quo. No splits.
Missed bottle there, Project Echelon. Got the second one.
McNulty up to the front here. This is maybe the scariest thing to see if you're in this group of 12, as that white jersey hit the front, because you never know when it's going to be the time that he decides to go.
Colby Simmons rolling through. Jumbo Lisa bike. Then Alexi Vermeulen, Sean Quinn.
Is there anything to be read into Nielsen Palace at the back of this one? Is he?
No, I think he just rolled off the front and then down to the back. So I'm not reading anything quite yet. Again, this is just pretty far out for anyone, I think, to lay into an attack. That is something that we have seen newer these last couple of years with the World Tour guys, is they are essentially going at, gosh, 40, 60, 70K out and soloing to the line. Now, if that's something that Brandon is used to following and be a product of, and same with Nielsen, gosh, that would make for a long rest of these laps for everybody else. But only time will tell.
McNulty's accidentally riding them off of his wheel right here. He just flicked an elbow and there's no one there behind him, unfortunately. Just that good, just that powerful. Now he'll get off the front. Turn it over to Sean Quinn. Just behind Kieran Howe here. Howe's definitely the breakout rider of this group for sure. The underdog, if you will. Here in Charleston, they have the Charleston Dirty Birds AAA baseball team. It's kind of like Kieran Howe here, racing against the World Tour guys. If Howe is a Charleston Dirty Bird, he's got the New York Yankees, the Boston Red Sox, and I'll say my Pittsburgh Pirates in there, although I don't think they're very good, but it's an MLB team nonetheless.
Kieran's just 21 years old.
EF back to the front. Two pink jerseys in here. I do want to point out the two EF Cannondale jerseys, and then Kieran Howe in kind of a lighter pink jersey for CS Velo.
Kieran's definitely saying same but different.
Yeah, just like you guys.
Yeah.
To Simmons and Halady. Normally I would have put Gavin Halady into that AAA baseball player category, but I think he's already graduated. He was called up midway through the 3rd inning, and he got sent to New York.
And he's already in the batter's box for the pros. I mean, to be up here in this break, or this Peloton, I don't know, what do you want to call this? The Peloton now? This is, he is, like I said, he's having a great weekend, and I wouldn't be surprised if people aren't calling him already. Like you said, this is now essentially a feeder team onward into EF Education, Easy Post, so maybe the path is very clear for him now.
That's one of the big advantages you're going to get on that Evolo team, in addition to obviously the coaching to get you to the next level. There's also the career guidance that comes from guys like Michael Creed at that program that can sort of help guide you through that process of taking the next step and going to the next level. I know he's deeply invested in all these kids on that squad and wants the best outcome for all of them.
Yeah, Creed is really good for these guys. He just, he's no nonsense, and you get what you get with Creed, and I just, just that brutal honesty with these guys is going to help them a ton in their future. And he likes to race aggressively, and it's nice. They have quite the family-oriented team and staff, and just seeing those guys all be together all the time is a lot of fun.
Just go back and look at the pictures from Gavin Lady's win yesterday. The post up, and then you see like 4 Evolo jerseys also posted up behind him in various positions throughout the field, all pumped for Gavin's win. Even he's trying to recruit some guys here. Lady having a little chat with the other riders in there.
Yeah, we just saw Kieran kind of stretching out his quads. So we've talked about this has been such a hard race. And Colby took on some food and fuel and right back to the front and off the front. He's not afraid to race these guys hard. And you kind of have to be that Colby mentality. If you constantly think about, oh my God, it's Brandon McNulty, oh my God, it's Nielsen Palace,
right,
you're not going to go anywhere.
Right.
You know, they may be having an off day and just having a great poker face, or not even focused on today. Maybe they're in a building block leading up to, I don't know, Paris Olympics or the Tour de France or whatever it might be. So they may not even be feeling that great, and you don't know unless you try. And that's exactly what Colby Simmons is doing right now.
Worst case scenario, they chase you down and crush your soul.
Or that, Brad. I don't think they would crush your soul. You've made it this far in the race.
You never know until you try, though. That's the lesson here.
You didn't like that? I liked my little rah-rah speech. I was going for it.
Simmons growing this gap. He's looking behind him.
I'm pulling for Colby now that you said that.
Me too. How could you not? This would be the ride of a lifetime. 53 miles to go. Simmons just kind of rolling away from some of the biggest names in this group.
Colby can't get crushed by these guys. His brother is Quinn. My God. He trains all the time with one of the best.
That's true. He's been crushed and rebuilt many times.
Right. Unfortunately, Quinn is not here today. He had an early season crash in Strada Bianchi, I think, that basically kind of took him out of all the spring classics, went back to Durango, Colorado, and is only just now looking like he's coming back around. So we wish him all the best. And I know Father Scott Simmons is here this weekend. I've already seen him. And Scott trains a lot with his sons. I couldn't imagine trying to follow their wheels, so de facto, Scott is very fit. They spend a lot of time in Tucson, Arizona in the winter, and we all end up on some of the group rides, the legendary shootout on Saturday mornings. It's a lot of fun to be out there with those guys.
Simmons going to grab a little draft out of that moto. See, that's the little things that make this guy a great bike racer. It's the, you talk about minor improvements or incremental gains, but it's things like that. Just that heads up rider where, hey, I can grab 2 seconds behind a moto right here.
The reaction from
They're going to let him go. Not a lot of interest back in the field. That could be a fatal mistake here. I mean, this is a Simmons that you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and that's what we saw, a little bit of communication, not necessarily argument, but hands in the air of what are we doing? The break has been established. We worked so hard to get up here. We're just going to now roll around, which is a threat to letting that group of 2.5 minutes behind you gain anything on you. But, you know, it's kind of hard to put forth that effort and then totally turn it off and just go neutral and just conversation pace. You know, you stopped racing, and it can kind of turn your body off. So sometimes these guys are like, hey, we're going, let's keep going. And that's essentially what Colby is like, you know what, fine, I'll go.
This is really easy to say from the booth, and I mean it in the most respectful way possible, but the race was too easy. The group just wasn't going hard enough, and Simmons was like, guys, this is the national championships. We got to keep this hard. And that is a relative effort, not relative to me, but relative to the guys in this group, because he knows McNulty can go harder. He knows Palace and Quinn have more in them. So he says, let's see how much he got. It's McNulty back to the front, the only white jersey in the group.
It's called imposter syndrome when you get up there, Brad, and you're, oh my God, I'm right beside these World Tour guys. I can't go any further kind of thing. But you're here, you got there, you belong there, and you have to believe in your training and you have to believe in yourself. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
I mean, every athlete goes through it, but
meanwhile, gap continuing to grow back to the guys behind them. Remember, it was 2:30 last time. They're up to 3:10. So, trending the wrong direction for anyone not in this group of 12. Again has been quiet most of the day today. Really haven't heard or seen much from him, which is oftentimes what I say right before someone wins a bike race. Don't see a ton of cooperation up at the front to bring those guys back. Here's the rest of the field coming through. Pretty amazing that this is a field with 133 starters, but that's where all the cars are behind. So we're going to call that the Peloton right there.
Kelly Benefit Strategies coming through, leading the field.
Got to give some credit to that Kelly Benefits team. They have been consistent, at least staying in this race, getting their guys up there. We saw 2 riders up into that early breakaway for the Kelly Benefits team with Luke Ahrens and Anthony Hilligoss. So we got a lot to be proud of today.
Yeah, of course. That's why they're still racing their bikes. Oh, look at the salt on the back of that Kelly Benefits rider and the last guy in that group. Wow.
Up to Colby Simmons. He's definitely efforting here. Again, the shoulders and head, dead giveaway that this is not a easy effort for Simmons here. $50 miles out. This is the new style of bike racing that has really become so popular lately and fun to watch, with all these classics, and the single day stages are kind of starting to overshadow the old classics of, you know, the big alpine days and climbing days. And Simmons going to be perfectly cut out for those with rides like this.
Even those winning the classics are now winning stage races.
Yeah. Not much time between these guys. That's only about 70, maybe 80 hot dogs.
You may have to tell the audience that might why you're referring to hot dogs.
If you weren't with us earlier, we get a lot of questions about why we use miles here on the USA Cycling National Championships. It's because that's what they use here in America. Most people wouldn't know what a kilometer was, so for the confused European viewers, we're using American units of measurement.
Or in Brad terms, hot dogs.
Miles, feet, and hot dogs. The three key measurements that we use.
I'm wondering if that's Tyler Stites actually on the side of the road for his teammates. Couldn't get a good read unless it's a Cade Bickmore, maybe?
Both guys having tough days.
Yeah.
The end game is here for Simmons. If he's going to try and solo for 50K, if he thinks he's got a Superman ride in him, or if he's looking for some help, maybe. He certainly wasn't happy with this group of 12 from the start. I mean, he was one of the more vocal riders in that group. We saw him a couple times talking to other riders, kind of gesturing towards them, trying to get them to do work. So whatever the dynamic was in here, Simmons wasn't down with it. Simmons coming back now. This gap's starting to shrink. But it sent a message, that's for sure. Lady on to the back here. I think Gavin Halady is going to be a factor. And if he stays in this, he's got a great sprint on him. That's the thing. He can finish. He's got a kick. And he's also the rider that maybe fly under the radar here.
Right.
Kieran Howe is definitely the most underrated rider in this breakaway for sure. He's got the biggest underdog card to play, but
I mean, obviously, Volo's Gavin Halady is just riding so well this weekend, so you have to put his card on the table. If you're going to take him all the way to the line, you better watch out.
See how he pedaled out of that turn?
Yeah, I did. Because he was leaned over awfully close to that pedal, but he knows what he's doing.
I mean, it's only 2 or 3 pedal strokes, but the fact that he felt the need to get those pedal strokes in tells me that he's staying on this move.
Making a run on the moto right here.
Yeah, this looks a little closer than it is in real life because they are zoomed in pretty well here from the moto, so he won't be getting a draft off of this right now, even though it looks like he's trying to get there, but these moto guys are pretty good about keeping the riders out of their draft.
And once you've done this descent a time or two, you know exactly that it doesn't look like you need any brakes, because initially you really can't see around the rock wall. And if you can't see through the corner, it's a little unnerving, so you usually look to the moto in front of you, and if they don't brake, you don't brake. But if they have a hard braking, you know it's a really tight, effective turn, so a lot of times you can play off the motos in front of you. But once again they've seen the descent a couple of times, they know exactly how they can ride it, and just, as they like to say, no brakes.
Grant again fighting to get back up. Just as they come over the crest of the bridge here.
Like that nice sweeping turn around this building up here, and then you take a left-hand turn, and that was where you could see them from the bridge. That's a great shot right there by the riverbank.
Simmons going to grab some food while he looks behind him. And they're going to reel him back in here on the flat. So that'll be it for his brief solo breakaway. Meanwhile, more riders coming through the line, getting pulled as they come through. So anyone that hits the line now is going to be asked to withdraw from this race. And there's some
Cole Kessler,
big names coming off the course at the finish line.
having his day.
Not that these 12 care. We got one focus and one focus only, and that's the next 47 miles. Is this as hard as it looks?
Yes. This, when you have a little bit of separation in the back of the Peloton, well, shoot, I won't say the Peloton, the group here. Someone was just pushing the pace at the front.
I think it's Scott McGill from Project Echelon here.
Well, he definitely wasn't going to miss the move if it was Nielsen Palace. Scott took his turn, and Brandon McNulty brought it back. Next attack by EF Education Easy Post. They're basically one of the only two teams that have the numbers to do this.
Bassett gonna follow him. Carpenter on the way up here. And now Simmons is left on the front. He's gonna go across.
He wanted them about a half a lap ago.
Simmons is like, now you guys want to split. They got McNulty on the wrong side of it, but he can close this down no problem. Do this with one eye closed. Now Carpenter needs to hit it hard.
Was it last year at the Tour de France when it was essentially Nielsen was shepherding someone and Brandon McNulty was shepherding someone? I'm not thinking of another. I know it was Brandon basically had Pogačar, and I can't remember who the other American was that was assisting his teammate, but it was just the coolest thing.
Would it have been Sepp, maybe?
Yeah. And it's just like, what a great feeling for American cycling to have two of the best Americans helping two of the best in the world, and just being a product, such a product of the Tour de France. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the highest level of the sport, American cycling is in a really good place. I mean, a better place than we've been the last 10, 15, maybe 20 years with this many riders riding at the high level, both in the women's and men's pelotons.
Agreed.
EF just launched a 1-2 with Powless starting and then Quinn following it up. They put a couple guys in trouble. They're trying to get rid of Granigan here. I think realizing that he's on the rivet.
And Alexi, it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, if they weren't trying to get rid of him, they probably will be on this climb.
Kyle Murphy up to the front now. He's been pretty quiet in this group since joining. Wouldn't be surprised to see him launch something. No one really hitting it here. That's such good news for those two guys back there. Granigan and Vermeulen are being given a blessing right now.
Yeah, but they're still in trouble because they are not back on the back of this group. Just a product of the pace.
I guess it's just prolonging the inevitable at this point with 45 miles to go. Once that weakness starts showing, it's very rare that riders recover, but Granigan's going to try it. In fact, he's going to get his way up to the front. He's going to sag climb this.
Something I look forward to every single day.
It's what I know. Like, it's who I am.
All I'm thinking about is the finish line.
I race for progression and I race for improvement.
Just to have fun and go really, really fast.
I race for team.
I race for women.
My favorite is definitely cyclocross.
Techie mountain bike riding.
It's like a balance between pushing yourself and then other people.
People are stoked to see you out there.
You may not win, but you learn.
Adrenaline.
The adrenaline.
Ready to discover your full potential? Push past your limits, reach new heights, and move like never before with HyperIce. Start your journey to better movement with our full suite of wellness technology. Loosen muscle knots with powerful percussion massage from the Hypervolt. Melt away stress and tension with the warmth of Venom heated massage. And increase circulation with Normatec dynamic air compression. It's not just for elite athletes, it's also for you. Move better with HyperIce.
What are glitter sunglasses? Stylish no-slip sunnies for all cyclists. Functional shades for bikers that are actually fun. Affordable, high-performing cycling sunnies. Fun sport sunglasses that match every fit.
Business today is fast, unpredictable, always changing. Shifting trends and technologies are pushing aside old rules. The unexpected is the new normal. Segra is here to help you get what's next with our best-in-class connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud, and collaboration solutions. Whatever your business dreams, we have the network and services to get you there. Segra, proud sponsor and official technology provider of the USA Cycling Pro Road National Championship.
Everybody wants a secure financial future. You included, right? The problem is your investment advisor is over here, your tax specialist over there, and your insurance agent someplace else. And you're in the middle wondering, how do I make this work for me? It's confusing, frustrating, and ineffective. Worry no more. We are Vandalia Wealth, where all your financial professionals are brought to the same table so that you can become the focus. Start being the one everyone places in the center. Be the one, Vandalia One.
just like us. We'll pick up live pictures from them back up on the top of the climb here in just a little bit, but let's jump into the scenario now. 12 guys. We saw Simmons try and get away. That didn't work out, but it seems like it is starting to get aggressive again. The last time we checked in here, it was kind of 12 guys rolling around. We thought that they had kind of hit a lull a little bit, but now it seems like the sparks are flying again.
I guess so. You know, I think that these climbs are just, it's almost like a bowl, and we're in the city, and these climbs just keep animating everything, and I think that's just going to continue to be the case for this race.
As you said, the action is probably going to be at the back for the next, 30 miles or so, as we're starting to see riders fall apart. Granigan and Vermeulen were the last two guys trying to hang on, but that could be a great story to watch too. If those guys can hang in there, even if they ride in for a top 10, that's going to be a great one to watch, and those are both guys that'll fight all the way through the end of the day today. But the other story is that there is no story behind this group of 12. This race is over. If you're not in this group of 12, that's pretty much it. They're starting to pull riders out of the group. The last Peloton that we saw was 15 or 20 guys coming across the line, so this one has completely exploded, and it's really down to just these 12 guys on the front.
Exactly, and I would almost say that the next story of the day is going to be Gavin Lady of Aevolo, and how he's riding today. Sorry, I got to get it out of my mouth. But having such a good weekend for the Aevolo team, my gosh, and he is up there in that front group. Haven't really seen him do too much work, not really exposed out there quite yet, just following and just rolling through and having a great ride.
Well, we've seen some aggressive racing so far, but there's also a lot of guys who have just been sitting in there, biding their time, waiting it out. I think Nielsen Palace is on that list. I would put Brandon McNulty on that list as well. They've been quiet, just kind of watching what the other riders do after being the ones that established this move. But the difference is they're going to make two big moves. They're going to make the one that forms the breakaway and then the one that wins the bike race, as opposed to these other guys who will make 7 or 8 kind of smaller moves, trying to test and poke the armor and see if they can find a way in.
And I think even EF Education Easy Post tried to do a 1-2 attack, just to kind of get a feel for what is left of this group and who's going to chase it down. Colby Simmons is one of those that's welding things back together. He had his shot. He went for it. So I think just the attrition of the day is starting to wear on everybody a little bit, and nothing is going to actually get out and away quite yet.
Yeah. But it's coming. 43 miles of racing to go. They've been out there for 3.5 hours. This is going to be at least a 5-hour day for these riders today. It'll be a worthy winner here in Charleston, West Virginia. And this is a great course to pick our national champion. We were kind of talking about this earlier, how this really kind of lines up with the spring classics more than a classic stage race day. So I really like this course, and I'm looking forward to seeing more guys back here racing over the next 4 years in Charleston. Back with live images up and over the top. It looks like they have made it back in, I think.
Alexi is there. Yes, he is on the back. He got
and there's Granigan.
Got this ice sock hanging out of the top of his jersey.
So the Grim Reaper, that is the tempo on the front of this field, sparing these guys for one more lap. Doing our best to keep this coverage up for you. Little move off the front. There's a scramble. Look at the way these guys respond to this on the front. Look at Vermeulen, third to the back.
Just suffering. You just get lower and lower, and they call it chewing stem, because you're just right on the top of your stem, trying to get as aero as possible, get any draft, any extra help, any extra gain.
I think there's a pink jersey up there at the front that might have started this one. Or is that Project Echelon blue? Get a moto up there and see.
They will come off this descent, make that left-hand off-camber turn that I hold my breath every single time.
Reset again. There's a lot of back and forth up here. See a lot of guys shaking the legs out. Is that preemptive? I mean, does that indicate that there's a cramp that's already happened or is coming, or is that something that you would do just on a normal day?
No, I think that's just not necessarily a cramp coming, but the fatigue is there. And yeah, you definitely are suffering, and the shakeout is just trying to do anything you can at this point to feel a little bit better.
Simmons and Granigan chatting now.
It almost seems like now is any time that these guys can, they are reaching for something for fuel.
Yeah, everyone in the group just grabbed into the back pocket. A chain reaction from the front all the way back. Stephen Bassett grabs his last little bit. And we've seen 2 attacks on the flats along the river. Simmons went away once, and then we saw EF launch their kind of 1-2 along the banks of the river here. So see if that happens again as they work their way back down. Carpenter going to take this opportunity to chill. Check the computer, see if he's got any messages. Update his Instagram. I heard they got Spotify on those
Change
things
your
now.
Music.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Maybe do lap count or check your lap times. You can set a reminder to take on fuel.
Lunchtime in the breakaway. It's like their 3rd lunch of the day. A little wave there from Kyle Murphy. Murphy had a close Nationals run as well. He's been close. He's tasted that podium. Be another guy that would love to get another one.
It's good to see all these guys' faces, just kind of get a gauge for you're going to see a bit of a poker face. Got an attack going up the left side.
Granigan? All right.
Robin Carpenter following. Gavin almost went for it and looked around. Said, you know what? Why don't you guys do this?
I'm thinking about that chat that Simmons had with him just as they were going by. I'm not sure what he could have offered him or told him that would get him to attack like this, but Carpenter's the only one that fell for it. Now Simmons gonna hang out at the back of the group here as Carpenter goes back in. Certainly making it tough, single file front to back in this group now.
Nielsen just slowly wielding this back together.
Now McNulty up the right side. This is a problem. Look who's right there. Perfect position for Gavin Halady to follow it. Now Robin Carpenter, who just went from the front of the group to the back of the group, has to get back up there to try to respond to this one. Simmons with a little gap ahead of him.
Looks like he's sitting up. When it kind of snakes side to side like that, that's definitely looking over the shoulder, asking for a pull through. No one's doing it. Another counter attack off of Brandon McNulty. EF Education easy post going for it.
Well, the party has started. And amazingly, it started with Noah Granigan attacking out of this group. He was really spark that ignited the flame here. And now he's trying to hold on to the very back there on the left side of your screen. Mullen still hanging on as well. That little pedestrian crossing that they just went over, that was also part of the criterium course. It's fine if you know it's coming, like it was fine in the crit because they were hitting it every lap, but if you don't know it's coming, you're not expecting it is sharp enough to buck you off the bike. It certainly knocked some bottles out of the cages we saw, but
right.
That's something you got to keep your eye on in the last couple K here.
They essentially went the opposite direction of what they were doing today for the crit course. So they are getting to see the start-finish line from both ends of the spectrum.
Things calm again. Now remember, they're coming up to that next Bridge Road climb just after they go back through the line here. They'll do a couple left-hand turns and then back through the finish. You remember that climb comes just a few hundred meters after they go across the line, so McNulty getting in a position here. I wouldn't be surprised if he hit it this time up Bridge Road. Just a little teaser there last time.
Break up the party even a little bit more.
Yeah. The big tell will be how far back he goes in the group. If he goes all the way to the back, probably not planning an attack, but if he stays inside, see how he's kind of staying up there inside the top 5 or 6. Simmons going to get back up there.
Colby Simmons was outside.
Is this Granigan again? Sure is.
He asked Brandon McNulty for a head start.
Carpenter chatting back here as well with Stephen Bassett.
Also talking to Alexi.
Yeah, a lot of conversation going on right now. Is this guy for real? I thought he was in trouble. I thought he was hurting. And now look at the buck being passed around on the front of this group. Who's going to go get him? Gavin Halady wisely says, not me. That's the right answer.
But he's in perfect position.
Yeah.
Nice drone shot here.
They're going to put a moto into the gap here, so. All right. Granigan going to give him himself some time on the way up. I wonder if this is just a ploy in the Lauren Hall School of Climbing, though. Give himself a little time before.
The old sprinter shuffle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Noah could definitely be setting up his teammate, but... No, sorry, it's Robin Carpenter and Kyle that are teammates. Well, that was the sprinter shuffle that was quickly...
The short-lived sprinter shuffle.
It was very short. Nielsen didn't want to have any shuffling.
No. So now Powless, McNulty, Quinn, Halady.
Oh, no. Colby Simmons in a bit of trouble back here.
Not quite in trouble yet, but...
I'd call that trouble. There is a gap.
Yeah. I've been burned so many times on these gaps that open up on this climb, and then they always come back together on the rollers, so I'm not going to count them out yet.
Both Legion of Los Angeles riders also coming off the back here. It's like Robin Carpenter. Stephen Bassett also dropped.
So that's going to be McGill and Halady, I think, tapping onto the back of that one, with Palace, McNulty, and Quinn in front of them.
Kieran Haig just off the back for CS Bello.
The fact that Haig is even in this picture is super impressive.
Right. Wonder if that wasn't Summer Moak right there on the side of the road for Brandon.
I think this is it. This is the move that we were expecting, waiting for, as Nielsen Palace has hit out on the way up. And he has really just been drilling this since the bottom of the climb. This is entirely a Palace move so far, but look who's right behind him. Brandon McNulty is waiting in the wings. McGill and Halady trying to hold on, happy to be here.
Also having your teammate Sean Quinn right there is great for EF Education Easy Post. Now Sean Quinn to the front, continuing that pace, because remember, it doesn't just go straight downhill. We're going to have these rollers now. Just keeping that pressure on.
However, Mullen, Murphy, the chase here. And this is a big ask for these guys.
I'm going to call their day done, so I can just be wrong. No, I would hope that they could catch back on, but I think it's highly unlikely at this point.
Well, it's the same scenario here. It's going to take these guys playing games. It's really in the hands of the 5 leaders now to determine what's going to happen to the guys behind them. If they keep attacking each other, there's no chance of those riders catching on. But
Nielsen's going again. And Brandon McNulty to the rescue to close it down. Gavin Lady, come on, Gavin. Come on, Gavin.
He'll still be okay here. I think he'll make it up and over. They're almost to the top, and then he can kind of ride over that. It's just over that left-hand bend up ahead.
Scott McGill missed his bottle and is too afraid to go over to the right to get anything else.
A lady still trying to hang in, head dropping down. Come on, Gavin.
Gosh. Great ride by Scott McGill to be up here. Because again, Scott had basically put in a couple of early attacks and been in the early breaks. Gavin coming back. Excellent. You know Mike Creed is in the radio, but saying anything he can to motivate him to stay there.
That is the remainder of your field that we were talking about earlier. Now up to about 4 minutes down on these guys. Oh, McNulty back to hitting it. So now McNulty, Powless, Quinn, McGill, and Halady. Riders in the front group here. EF has the advantage, no question.
Oh, I missed that bottle.
I think he got the gel off of it, though. Sean Quinn don't care. He's, I didn't need that bottle anyway. Back up to the front.
At this point, you would hope that your team car is there once you get off this descent and you have enough time in the city on the flats for the team car to come up to you. So not a huge factor.
Tell that to a thirsty Sean Quinn.
You know what?
3:47 into this one. How many bottles would you go through on average, like per hour? Is there a...
That's what I was talking about earlier, is essentially you should almost take on a bottle every 30, 40 minutes. And you think about Project Echelon having 10 guys taking that many bottles.
Yeah, wow.
That's a lot of work for someone to prep. And then you also have bottles that they're just going to spray on themselves, and you're making these slushy bottles, and you're attaching these gels and these ice socks to it. So it's a lot of work for the staff, but it's such a labor of love to look after these guys and gals and just make sure that they have everything that they need to be as successful as possible, set them up for success.
Scott McGill's got everything he needs.
Sure hope so.
Attacking the group here, getting up to the front. He's going to...
having a great ride today.
Yeah, now McGill and Halady become the underdogs in here up against the 3 World Tour riders in Powless, Quinn, and McNulty. Back to our chasers now, the remnants of that original group of 12. It's going to be the group that includes Kyle Murphy, Noah Granigan, Kieran Howe has made it back in there. I think Bassett somewhere in that mix. These are your 5 leaders. Quick look over the shoulder for Sean Quinn. Not really much to look at, but gives you a little confidence to know what's behind you. The thing about EF here is they've got multiple cards to play. There's a lot of ways this could go down. There's a lot of ways you can play having 2 riders in a group of 5, but you can really only afford to try 1 or 2 of them, right? Just because you have all these options doesn't mean you're going to get to use all of these options. And so EF is going to have to decide how the best way to use these 2 guys is. And I'm not sure if that's late in the race. I'm not sure if that's a 30-mile-to-go attack for someone out of this group, but we'll see how the guys in pink play it.
I feel like Sean Quinn is basically going to set up Nielsen Palace for a counter attack, either by driving the pace very hard into one of the climbs. Look at this. Nielsen. Woo!
They just scooch by you there.
Yeah.
32 seconds back to the guys behind him. That is less time than I would have thought for the chasers back there. That second group that we saw just coming off of the bridge. But that's going to go up now that we see Palace lifting the tempo again.
I feel like Nielsen is best served on the climb using this effort and having Sean Quinn try and make these attacks on the flats. But they must know something that I don't know.
They're playing games here. McNulty got right off the front. He had no interest in dragging these guys around, and this is the train that's coming up behind them. These guys continuing to work with names like Kieran Howe and Kyle Murphy. There's Robin Carpenter, Colby Simmons, Stephen Bassett, all in here. These guys might make it back up with the games that they're playing up in the front. It's amazing how these alliances are formed and broken and reformed again. These guys are back to needing each other.
Exactly.
In this chase.
Colby's definitely not attacking out of this group here. He needs these guys to get back up to the front. Alexi Vermeulen making it back. Alexi's dying 1,000 deaths and coming back to life every single time. Again, a lot of frustration up here.
Well, they see the golden scenario that they have down to 5, and they don't want to waste it, but someone's got to do the work.
You know who you haven't seen bothered by any of this is Brandon McNulty. Yeah. He hasn't talked to anybody. He hasn't put a hand in the air. He hasn't shaken his head. He's just consistently there and covering and just calm and cool. It's also a bit of a sign of fatigue when guys start getting frustrated and, you know, talking to one another and throwing their hands in the air, shaking their heads. So just you're under their skin.
Starting to get back into a rhythm now after they played the finger pointing game just a little bit ago. Well, there's really, I guess, just one of two outcomes or two scenarios here. It's either a long range attack or it's not. I mean, either someone tries to go from like 15, 20 miles. I guess it's going to be on one of the climbs probably, so that would be like 8 miles before the finish, 12 miles if you go one climb back from that.
It's kind of like a Kristen Faulkner move.
Yeah.
And I think that's what these guys are going to be looking towards instead of dragging everyone to the finish line. We've seen this is just playing out just like the women's race. It just comes down to smaller and smaller groups and what is left, and someone feels pretty good and someone else is hanging on for dear life. And you know, it worked for Ruth to take second place, and it worked for Kristen Faulkner to win overall. So yeah, we'll see how this plays out for a Brandon McNulty or a Nielsen, and Nielsen having Sean Quinn there bodes well for his chances. And if it came down to the small group continuously to the line, yeah, essentially Sean, or I'm not quite sure, maybe Nielsen would lead out Sean.
Down to 28 seconds for those chasers from 32 as they came across the bridge.
Let's see if on the Wirtz Road climb, if that gap doesn't go back out towards the top of this climb. 2.3K long, 5.5% average.
Yeah, I just don't know that anyone's going to climb like this front group of 5. The climbing legs that are in this group are pretty significantly stronger than I think what's in that chase group left behind them. So yeah, I would expect to see this gap go back out, but I'm also wrong about half the time. So
yeah, me too. Just flip a coin, Brad.
Yeah.
And you were talking earlier about a worthy winner today off of this course, and the winner of this race will go on to World Championships, and usually Worlds is an epic day too, 200K long race out there for hours and hours. So, you know, this is just a good setup and leading into what would be World Championships as well in Switzerland this fall.
Race radio now saying the gap 25 seconds. Brought another 3 back. Get back to me on the other side of this climb. We'll see.
Unfortunately, when they get on worst road climb that they are on right now, I think that gap is going to come back out again. Again, you've got Nielsen Palace and Brandon McNulty pushing the pace on the climb. Come on. It's going to be a little bit hard for those guys to come back to that.
Talk to me about what EF Education Canada can do in this scenario, the EF Easy Post team, sorry. I mean, what is the best way for these two, or is that just based on field? You have to wait until you get down to the last 10 miles or so to figure that out.
If I had to guess, and historically knowing that Nielsen Palace is one of the best climbers out of the two of them, I'm going to say that Nielsen is going to push the pace, hope that Sean Quinn can stay attached to whoever is chasing Nielsen up and over the top, and then kind of see what plays out and what's left at the finish. Now, if they are all together in these last city circuits, then do you lead out Sean? I'm not quite sure. That is something that they'll have to have a conversation with on the road and with their director.
Back out to live images. Hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but Gavin Halady is out of the front group here. He was unglued the last time up this climb, so they're reporting this down to 4 riders right now with McGill, Palace, Quinn, and McNulty.
Still, what a ride for Gavin. I mean, my God, was he going to come away with his 3rd national championship this weekend against the elites? But he has had such a great weekend and such a great ride today to be down to these last 31 miles and with this group. Great ride for Gavin. Hats off to the Avelo team.
I don't think that really changes the dynamic in this front group much. A group of 5 versus a group of 4. If one rider was going to drop out of the group, I guess Gavin Halady would be the most inconsequential rider here, but he was also my underdog pick. I think if he would have been there, he could have shocked these guys. But we're now down to just 4 on the front, and that puts McGill into the underdog card now.
Yeah, change positions now.
McNulty checking up a little bit. Yeah, he sees what's happening. McNulty reads this race so well. He's got such great race vision to be able to see what's coming and kind of telegraph those moves a few steps ahead. He's seen it all. This is Simmons, Howe,
Alexi,
Vermeulen, and Bassett.
See if they don't pick up Gavin here sooner than later.
He must still be fighting because he didn't immediately float back into this group. So I think that means he still thinks there's a fighting chance. Meanwhile, EF Education Easy Post back on the attack.
That's what Scott McGill and Brandon McNulty will now almost have to be de facto teammates, because both of them want to win this race against EF Education Easy Post, and they are gonna, EF Education Easy Post are gonna play these numbers. So, oh my gosh. Wow.
Now McNulty
just left the two of them.
Decides to go across, and that's actually a good move for McNulty because that's gonna kind of get rid of 2. McGill's gonna stay at bay here. Nielsen Palace up the road with Brandon McNulty.
Yeah, Sean Quinn should definitely just let Scott McGill do this work to bring back the 2 of these guys, if that's even going to happen. I understand that Sean wants to be up there with his teammate and just be basically 2 against 1, but Brandon McNulty doesn't want to have anything to do against that.
McNulty's like, great, let's keep going. I'll pull through. I'll take a pull here.
Where Scott McGill is saying, please, 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 just wait 1 second. I'm coming.
Would this be considered a good outcome for Nielsen Palace to end up isolated with Brandon McNulty?
He would rather have Sean Quinn up there with him too, and just the 3 of them. Scott McGill's going to be the wild card, but looks like these guys might make contact back.
They'll get back there.
Yeah, the perfect scenario for Nielsen is 2 against 1. The 2 against 2, you could almost say, kind of throws things for a loop.
Does Quinn go now? Not yet. Back to Carpenter. Back of the group.
The chase group is not that far behind. See if they don't make contact through the city before going back out to Bridge Road Climb. Even if they do, I think it would be a short-lived effort unless someone's going to try and put in a counterattack. But then you've got that Bridge Road Climb. It negates everything that you've done to chase back on. There's no recovery. By the time they reconnect with these guys in the city, they're right back onto a climb again.
Bassett closing it down to Simmons here. Back up to the front. McNulty's just waiting for the next one to come. Head on a swivel here. Love that McGill's going to take a pull here on the front. Not afraid to keep working.
Yeah, sometimes, like I'm talking about, if you totally lay off the effort, having a conversation right there.
That's all it takes. It's just that little, like, hey, plan B, plan C, plan D.
Yeah, sometimes if you lay off, your legs can start to lock up and your brain starts playing tricks. So sometimes it's just best to keep just the consistent pressure.
Now Quinn's looking at the moto like, did they catch that? I also saw him reaching up to his radio, so I wonder if they got some instruction over the earpiece. This is like Christmas morning, waiting for this one to split.
Two more laps to go after they come through the start finish.
That means McGill's just got to take 4 more punches from these guys. Now Simmons,
those are serious body blows too.
Yeah. Simmons and Vermeulen still back in this group working with the rest of the group.
Kieran Haig taking on some fuel.
Kieran has got to be having the best day of his career right now.
Agreed.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That's what they were looking at, maybe. Sean Quinn getting a new front wheel here from the mechanic. That's going to be a simple flat. Can he get back from this?
And we saw him right after he was on the radio. He kind of like bounced his front wheel. But he wasn't panicked. I don't know if he can get back from this. It'll be interesting to see.
See if we can figure out where he went out of the group. Yeah, he knew. He was waiting for the car to get up there. All things considered, that's about as good as it could have gone. I mean,
yeah.
he did wait until the team car was there. It was a good change. Mechanic did a great job.
We've got Tom Hopper there for them. Staying nice and calm. Gone are the days that you can assist the mechanic by taking the quick release out. You just have to sit and wait.
Oh.
See if Brandon McNulty doesn't turn the screws a bit on Nielsen. Yep, just pulling the car out, getting too much of a draft. It's not the team car.
Well, even if he does get back up here, he's going to be useless to Nielsen Palace by the time he does.
Still can't see them.
So now down to 3 with McNulty, McGill, and Powless.
See if you can just see Sean Quinn turning the corner right there. That's what, maybe 500-600 meters behind them.
Yeah, that'll be about 15 seconds, something like that. There he is.
See if Nielsen doesn't just sit on these two.
Yeah.
That's probably exactly what he was saying to Nielsen when we went right up to him. Hey, I got a flat.
Kevin Halady rolling through the line right now. The announcer getting the crowd behind him. I like that Halady's still riding. I like that he's hanging in this one.
I do too. Like, he didn't totally explode or implode or give up. He's still riding.
Chase group through now. Vermeulen, Howe, Simmons, Carpenter. Bassett.
Brandon McNulty pushing the pace on the climb. Has no desire to have Sean Quinn back with this group.
And all Powless and McGill have to do is just hold on here. Just
That's
hold
all
on to the
they
wheel.
have to do, Brad.
Yeah.
Just hang on that wheel.
And then I would out-sprint Brandon McNulty is what I would do if I were out there.
Oh, man. This is brutal right now.
How about Scott McGill today?
Yeah, having a great ride. New underdog favorite, Scott McGill. Can we start cheering for him yet?
Couple bottles and some ice for Palace. Plenty of offers for ice socks, that's for sure.
Scott McGill picking one up.
You can feel the slog now. Carpenter and Bassett.
This is the barrage behind. Waving goodbye. The rest of the group.
Simmons, Howe, Vermeulen.
Looks like Vermeulen's pulling away from the two of them.
We were talking about Kieran Howe earlier being the underdog in here. 19th place at the National Championships in Knoxville last year, but he's had a really good start to 2024. Picked up a top 20 at Redlands. He was 16th overall and then 10th overall at Tour of the Gila against some pretty good hitters. So he's no stranger to these climbing days. He can certainly do these big efforts, but it's going to be that breakthrough result for Kieran Howe that is on the horizon for sure. McNulty's still not frustrated. Haven't seen a single like sign of frustration, disappointment.
Look at this. Sean Quinn making it back. Wow. That is good news for Nielsen.
Thank God, says Nielsen Palace. Thought I was going to have to deal with these guys by myself. Just calling the car again. I hope this is just for refreshments. Got himself a little gel from the car there. Boost back up to the group. He should hit it right now while I'm offering advice that I could never do. I'm going to tell Sean Quinn to attack after chasing back up to the group.
I'd imagine that the team car gave him a couple of gels on the climb, potentially, to maybe assist him back up to this group.
Yeah.
Scott picking up some more food and fluids. Now Nielsen is giving a little hop on the bike.
This looks like just a little stretch for Palace. Stand up a little bit, get out of that saddle. Scott McGill just hoping that this one stays together. If these four guys or any of these guys come to the line together, I'll give Scott McGill the benefit of the doubt to win a sprint against any of these guys. If he goes to the line either in a group of four or somehow gets isolated with one of these other three guys, Scott McGill can win this national championship. What's not going to happen is Brandon McNulty attacks from 20 miles out and McGill has to hold on to that. He won't be able to do that, I don't think.
Agreed.
Try and get another time check from their chasers back behind these guys.
These guys are having a lot of support out there on the climb. That's really nice.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of the only places to get a slow feed, and you always want it at the top of the climb. You don't want to carry any more weight up the climb than you have to. So a lot of times you'll see the Swannies and the feeds right at the top of the climb.
The other thing to consider in this group is one rider's obviously going to get left off the podium here. Do you think about a second and third place in this scenario? I mean, do you think about like how you're going to maybe try and salvage a silver or bronze, or are you all in on a gold medal here?
No, you definitely. I mean, look, you're up the road with some of the best in the world, and you gotta be real with yourself and real with your team. You want to be on the podium, and again, there's a couple of different scenarios. We're talking about the likes of Brandon McNulty or Nielsen Palace going long and going on a climb right here. What'd I say? And if that's something you can't hold, then you got to think about plan B and how you can get on the podium and what place you can get.
Well, EF Education Easy Post going to hit it again with Nielsen Palace. Sounds like that chase group behind them is starting to go back the other way. They're up over a minute now up to these guys. So as you predicted, once they hit the climb, that pretty much did it for the chasers. But now watching Nielsen Palace roll away once again. And watch how he does it from third position here. Why here, Lauren? I mean, what does he see? Why now for Nielsen Palace?
He may have the momentum. It's a bit of a climb. That's more suited towards him instead of being on the flats. If he gets caught, he's caught on the flats, and then Sean Quinn can go, and hopefully there's something there that Nielsen can jump in the draft of a Scott McGill, of a Brandon McNulty, and recover through the city and go again on Wirtz Road. And yeah, again, then you only have one more lap of these two climbs, so you gotta choose your points.
Palace now down to 22 miles of racing to go.
I'd like to know how fast they're going right now. Wonder what the moto's doing.
Let's see if we can get the motor to show us the speed on the way down here, although they're going to be off of this climb pretty soon.
Woo, woo, little bobble right there by Brandon.
Yep,
whoa, man.
Going wide. Ooh.
Hey.
Now it's starting to get sketchy. They're starting to take risks.
Just a little off his line right there. Gave him a little bit of a bobble. But thank goodness he could just outrun that apex of the turn through those cones.
Is this more likely to be risk or fatigue that would cause something like that? Is he riding?
Combination. Yeah. Combination. I mean, he wants to make connection back up, like right there.
So top that manhole cover.
They have been going wide around that manhole cover all day, and now that the speed and pressure is on, you know, he wants to hit that spot, and so he's going to bunny hop over it and still hold that line. And that's that starts to put the pressure on a bit, and that's what Brandon is feeling, a bit of this pressure right now, and that's exactly what Nielsen wants. That's exactly what EF Education Easy Post wants.
McNulty probably going to have to do this by himself. Quinn certainly not going to help.
I was just thinking that Scott McGill is praying that McNulty doesn't look back and look at Scott and say, hey, you want to come up here?
You're up. McNulty will single-handedly weld this one back.
Wow.
But you got to remember, Palace has done this now 3 times, and McNulty has had to chase him every single time.
Right.
So he is forcing McNulty to burn matches today, which may be the ultimate goal here for the EF Education Easy Post duo.
These two guys have been kind of going blow for blow. Does this play better into Sean Quinn's favor? I think so.
Yeah. The thing about McNulty, though, he's so experienced, he doesn't ride over his limit to get there. He's very patient in making the catch, right? He's just doing his time trial effort because he knows that his effort is good enough to get him there, and he doesn't need to panic. He's got plenty of time, 21 miles to go. I don't need to catch Nielsen Palace right now. I can catch him over the next K or so. Now they're going to counter it. EF just been throwing guy after guy off the front. Palace first to go, but now Quinn going to go, and McGill will go with him. Now McNulty and Palace going to have to work together if these guys stay away. The ever-shifting alliances in this group of 4. McGill's trying to earn his spot up here.
Yeah.
But it seems like McGill, along with the EF Easy Post guys, they're going to keep hitting Brandon McNulty. That's the real goal here, is trying to get rid of the man in white.
Brandon
He's their
knew
biggest problem.
Actually tried to take him wide.
Yep.
But the best case scenario for Brandon, instead of just towing everybody back every single time, is to let that gap out a bit and then jump across to whoever it is.
At this point, it seems like McGill is kind of aligning with the EF Education Easy Post guys just because they're trying to beat up on Brandon McNulty here. That's who these attacks are aimed at. They're not worried about getting rid of Scott McGill. They're trying to get rid of Brandon McNulty with these 1-2 back and forth attacks for EF Education Easy Post. This is Vermeulen, who I think has left the chase and is now trying to make up a roughly 1 minute gap up to those guys.
He was essentially dropping Colby Simmons on the climb. So see if he gets across to these four.
And remember, Vermeulen's got a World Tour pedigree as well. He spent some time at the highest level before coming back to do his privateer campaign that he's on right now. But this is no stranger to this level of riding and this level of competition. How many more times can they? Look, McNulty is so nervous now. They got him right where they want him.
He's going to swing all the way to the right side, protect that right side, and only have to look over his left side. This is essentially like a match sprint. He's tired of just chasing things down and getting 1-2'd by EF Education Easy Post. So, yeah.
They're going to tell Scott McGill to attack next. Well, so far, he has weathered the attacks by EF Education Easy Post as Brandon McNulty, the time trial national champion here, right in his wheelhouse at 19 miles to go. Here's what Vermeulen is looking at. You can just see those back motos up the road, so he's got the guys in sight, but it's a long stretch of road to get there.
And they're not too far from their left-hand turn back onto Wirt's road climb.
Still running into 5th place at the national championships. That's not bad for a rider that has not been solely road focused for the last couple of years. All right, here we go. I think McNulty's got to hit him here. He's got to take this fight to EF Education Easy Post.
I still think Nielsen will probably bring the race to him on this climb. I bet when they come through town again, they're going to try and 1-2 Brandon again. And then I think Bridge Road is going to be Brandon's swan song, and that's where he is definitely going to light it up and call it, and then that's my bet.
And
that's what I'm saying.
That'll be at 1 to go, right? That'll be the last time on Bridge Road, and then they still have to go over Wirt's Road one more time on that circuit before coming back. So McNulty running out of opportunities to attack on a climb here.
That's my call.
This is calm right now. I think McGill is going to be able to hang in there.
Well, the longer they are just riding around, the longer they're riding around together like this, that is great for Scott. If he can hang on for 2 more climbs, I just think Bridge Road is just going to be implosion for so many for the rest of this group. So
Vermeulen at 1:25 back to these guys. I think he is more riding for what's behind him than what's in front of him right now. He's riding away from something rather to something. Certainly had a good recovery today for Vermeulen. He was looking pretty rough there hour and a half ago, but he's right back to it. This is just getting into the sweet spot of the riding that he's been doing for the last year or so.
Bolo there offering up a bottle if he needed it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Again, that's what we're talking about. Teams help other riders. It's it's okay can't do mechanical assistance, and Avolo is right there because Gavin is still up the road.
Back up to our front group as we are getting down to it. We're going to take another break here from Charleston, and when we come back, keep our eye on this front group of 4 from the USA Cycling National Championships.
I ride because I love it.
I ride for the friendships that develop on the bike.
I've met all my friends through cycling.
I ride my bike because it's part of my soul.
I ride because it's awesome.
I ride to find stories. I ride to find rhythm in my life.
I ride because it makes me happy.
I ride for adventure.
I ride to be a part of something that's bigger than myself.
You've got a premium carbon frame, like Van Aert. So aerodynamic it defies the laws of physics. And the smooth group set, like Van der Poel. Shifting, braking, precisely. You've got the same fast wheels as Vingegaard, with the matte black finish, like Marianne Vos. You've got a sleek helmet like Romain Bardet, cutting through the air like a falcon. And the coolest kit on the Peloton, like Carapaz. And the passion and courage of Cannonball Cavendish. Yeah, you got it all. But you haven't got the cotton tires the pros ride. Until now.
Back to downtown Charleston, West Virginia, where we are getting ready to welcome the front of our race back to give them one lap to go around the circuit for a USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. The group of 4 still hanging in there up at the front, but man, it has gotten aggressive since the last couple laps, let's say, with EF Education Easy Post really being the aggressors in this group of 4, but it hasn't worked yet. They have not been able to get rid of Brandon McNulty, and Scott McGill still hanging in there.
Right, Scott McGill is praying for Brandon McNulty to continue to weld this back together. Brandon, you can tell he's starting to fatigue a bit, trying to take Nielsen Palace wide on one of these attacks or limit his attacking movements, and by controlling one side of the road. And then they were headed towards Wirtz Road climb when we last saw them all together.
We're going to pick them up again here shortly, and we'll see if anything has happened on that Wirtz Road climb, the penultimate time up and over before you see them make their way back down. And then you're predicting that the winning move comes on the Bridge Road climb, which is the first of 2 on the last time up and over.
You're going to hold me to it.
I'll take the other side of it. I guess I'll take the second climb of the day. That's where the winning move is.
They're going to wait that late, you think, yeah?
Well,
sure.
I don't really have a choice because you took the one of 2 climbs on this course. So
what if it's on the flats? What if it all comes back together down to a field sprint?
Well, we saw EF Education Easy Post attack on the flats too. They gave him the old 1-2 2 laps ago for Brandon McNulty on the flats. So I wouldn't count it out. Back up to the front group. Live images at 18 miles to go.
I would say this is probably one of the first times I've kind of seen Brandon McNulty rocking just a little bit as he was sitting down. He's been so still and steady upper body, but you know, hey, they've been racing for 4.5 hours, and getting attacked 1-2 by EF Education Easy Post doesn't bode for an easy race.
Vermeulen now back with Gavin Halady. There's a duo you can get behind.
That's great. Again, we've talked about, even though Gavin got popped off that group, he never really sat up, never really imploded. He's got a Coke in his hand from the team car, just trying to get him to the finish line. Again, a top 5 for him would be outstanding.
Nice. Gavin's going to keep the empty can, or at least try.
Yeah,
Appreciate that, Gavin.
Yeah.
Back up to the front. EF back up. How about Scott McGill taking poles, man?
Yeah, they're measured pools too.
Yeah.
I mean, he has let. Look, this again. This is twice now that we've seen this Nielsen back here bouncing, and
She's checking the back tire now.
well, I think when your teammate has a flat tire, it makes you a little concerned if something hasn't happened, and I don't know, just a little bit of something in your head that you're tired, and then you wonder, well, do we have enough air in my tires, or am I burping air? Are they tubeless? I'm not quite sure what these guys are running, but yeah, just a little bit of concern. But yeah, going back to Scott McGill, you're saying yes, he's got these measured pools, and it has been nice to know that Brandon McNulty has done a brunt of the work bringing back each of the EF Education Easy Post riders. So we'll see how long that lasts until Brandon's like, all right, Scott, you've gotten your ride. It's time to contribute. But that's what I'm saying. Scott is contributing just enough to keep that at bay. Everything looks good. It's Sean Quinn again, so had a front flat earlier.
McNulty gets on the gas as Palace just kind of coasts away off to the side.
This is kind of the gentleman's agreement. No one is attacking each other. The games, I take that back. Games are being played with Nielsen laying off and letting Brandon slot back in right there.
A little shake of the legs there as well for Palace. See where McGill slots in. Yeah, he got the message too. I love that Scott McGill is riding like he belongs here. I mean, he's riding like a World Tour rider. He's riding like just another one of the guys here with 3 World Tour riders in the front group. McNulty says, eat, you eat.
And this is essentially plan B for Project Echelon. I know that they had started the day definitely going for Tyler Stites. Tyler missed the move with Brandon McNulty, and because we had seen Scott McGill in the earlier moves, the earlier breaks, and so to have Scott here at the end of the race with these guys, it shows just how strong Scott is. He has had a great spring, so see if he can't get another bottle, another quick conversation with the team car, getting close to the end of feeding from the cars. And at this point, you'd kind of rather feed from the car and just have that one last conversation with your director. Also, you don't have to pull through on the front when you do this.
Sure. And of course, you get the turbo bottle to get back in as well, although based on how the guys in this group have been taking it, that's about the shortest turbo bottle that we've seen all day. He didn't miss much.
Nah. I would prefer not to be pulling through off of Brandon McNulty, to be honest with you. Try and switch up your rotation.
The concern being that McNulty's going to set such a high tempo to drop you off?
Yes, every time he pulls through, he is so strong. You're trying to match that pull. you're just having to burn a little bit more match than you would normally be burning if you were on a Sean Quinn, say. Right now, every detail matters.
So what do you do? How do you change the rotation in this scenario?
You can either go back to the team car like you did and act like you need to have a conversation and go for a bottle. You can ask to skip a turn. They're not going to like that.
Why don't you just go to the back and act like you got a flat tire? Start checking your rear wheel.
Yeah, kind of run what you brung now.
Yeah. So these are all the intricacies in this group of 4 that make these guys World Tour talent and that are going to crown a national champion out of this group. If McGill can be crafty enough, he's still got a chance. 14.4 miles to go. I think physically he's there. Like, he's got it in the legs to go 14 miles here. I'm not really seeing the signs of fatigue like we were for the other guys before they popped out of this group. So I think he can make it. Whether or not he can finish after 14 miles is the question.
I don't know. I just think that these guys haven't gone full tilt on the climbs quite yet. And I think that's going to be the telltale sign of, like, he's there. You're right. He's strong. He's got the talent and the ability to a degree. And it's just like, let's see when these guys go full out on the climb. I want Scott to make it. I want him to be there.
Well, it looks like we may only see 2 full gas climbs today. The last lap, they're going to hit that Bridge Road climb, then they're going to go up the Wirtz Road climb. But there's really only 2 more opportunities for those guys to hit at full gas, and that's just 2 more times that McGill's got to just hold on enough. Back to a lady and Vermeulen. Still pulling on the front. You talked about seeing some early signs of fatigue from McNulty. He'll be well aware and trying to cover those up, I think, in this scenario. The last thing you want to do is telegraph that you're starting to feel weak in this group of 4. Scott McGill must be one heck of a poker player if he's struggling now. I can't tell. So now we'll look to see if EF is going to 1-2 McNulty here again. This is where it happened. They're about to make the 2 left-hand turns back through the line, and then they have that long run out across, or down the river, I should say, to the next one. So getting ready to go back through the line. They'll get 1 lap to go on the counter. Just about 13 miles of racing left. This one's going to be the better part of 5 hours of racing today by the time it's all said and done. But first, we got to get through 2 more climbs. Bridge, and then back up over to Wirtz.
I can barely stand it. I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now.
Getting a time check from the board. They shouldn't need to worry about this behind them. They can play all the games they want right now and still be safe from Vermeulen and Halady.
Sean Quinn pulling through, looking back at Brandon, trying to get a sense for what he feels like.
Look at Gavin Halady coming through the line here.
Ham it up, man. Enjoy this.
And Vermeulen still trying to chase here. These guys, I'll give them a shot.
Creed coming back up one last time. Gavin is having such a great ride today. Alexi as well, my gosh. He always shows up for national championships.
These guys crawling across the bridge.
That means someone's about to go gangbusters.
Like, there you go. Now EF picking it up. This is great news for a lady back behind him. They keep riding like that, and those guys keep riding the way that front group is. Who knows? Maybe Halady and Vermeulen get up there. They're on the bridge. They got them in sight. It's about a half a bridge now, the gap.
No more hot dogs.
That would be about 10 F-150s if you want to put it into the truck index.
Alexi was looking for a little bit of information from our TV moto. I'd like to know what's going on. Here we go.
Back up to the front. And Sean Quinn on the attack right now. I guess you call this an attack. About 5 bike lengths back to McNulty. And Nielsen Palace right on him.
Is McNulty struggling a bit?
Or is Sean Quinn just that good? Up to Quinn.
Sean Quinn looking good on this climb.
But the chase behind him, we got to see what these guys are doing. Quinn back into the saddle. He was standing up earlier. I would love to see these guys pan back over. Here we go. We're going to get a look at him. Oh, man, what a gap for Quinn here.
That's what I'm saying. I think Brandon might be in a bit of difficulty.
Well, now it's going to fall to McGill to try and do it. Meanwhile, we go back to Vermeulen and Halady. Gavin Halady's fighting for his life right now. Both of them are.
Right.
Well, these are the kind of rides that make us love this sport of cycling. This is a true test of human ability and emotion on the bikes right now for these guys.
Wow. This looks better and better for someone like Scott McGill right now. I think Nielsen is obviously feeling good. He came up beside Brandon, and I think Brandon is just in a bit of difficulty right now.
Remember, McNulty still has one more climb to try to bring him back. He's also got that long flat section where he can try and open some time up. Back to Sean Quinn. The problem is he's got to do it single-handedly. This is now Quinn versus McNulty. Palace not going to help. I don't think McGill is equipped to help here.
McNulty is keeping the gap steady. Wondering if he's just slowly wielding this back.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about earlier, his ability not to panic. Knows his strength, knows how strong he is. He knows there's still 11 miles to go, and he's the best time trialist out of this group. Meanwhile, Vermeulen and Halady taking on everything they can get from bottles and gels.
This will be a good finish by the two of them as well.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they're going to have anyone dropping out of that front group. It's looking more and more like those four guys are going to be relatively close together by the time they get to the line. But not over till it's over. That's why we get out here and race our bikes. Look at the way Vermeulen hits it on the way up. He rides harder once it starts turning uphill.
Camera back on Sean Quinn now. Still off solo.
They're reporting this at 23 seconds over race radio right now. I'm not sure how accurate that is because Brandon McNulty just took a major chunk out of it.
Oh, no.
But they got rid of Scott McGill.
No. Come on, Scott. Where are
is
you?
he? There he is.
Come on, Scott.
He can still get back on this one if they play games. Not over yet. We'll keep an eye on it. 10 miles to go as we go back up to our front group. And the chasers behind them. So this is what McGill's trying to stay away from. Well, what he's really trying to do is get back onto that group. He doesn't care about these guys at all. He doesn't even know they exist right now.
Not yet.
All he knows is that there's 3 guys up the road from him that he needs to get back up to. Back up to our lead group of 3. They brought him back. McNulty now back up to the front. They're looking back at Scott McGill around the corner. And then there were 3 with 2 EF Education Easy Post riders in the pink jerseys, and Nielsen Palace and Sean Quinn. And then Brandon McNulty in the white jersey for UAE.
Well, this is the best case scenario for EF Education Easy Post. We talked about that earlier. Having Scott McGill was kind of the wild card, but now that it's 2 against 1, we'll see how EF Education Easy Post plays the rest of this lap. It should just be a 1-2 punch right after another.
Yeah, on paper, the textbook way to beat Brandon McNulty is so clear, isn't it? It looks, it sounds so easy, and when you think about the strategy, it's like, oh, we'll just send 1 guy, and then once he follows that move, we'll chase that. But you can't count on those moves because of how strong Brandon McNulty is. You can't count on we're going to get away or we're going to open a gap or something like that, and so that's what makes it tough for EF Education Easy Post.
You have to be very calculated in those moves and where they are, and you have to play the course to your advantage. So, you know, Nielsen has to know when to go.
They're attacking right now. I'm watching on the other camera with Moto 1 up at the front. They have just hit McNulty again. Let's see if we can get that to you. And now Quinn opening up a little time back there. There you go.
That's the threat of going on a 1-2 attack, is you're eventually going to lose one of your guys, right? Because there's only so much following you can do. And that's the hope that you're also trying to put Brandon under that pressure, is like, well, eventually he can't follow everything.
Or can he?
But when he does, then you're in a real pickle.
So it goes Palace, McNulty, Quinn in that order as it has been since they got up to the top. Palace reaching into the back pocket here. One last gel at 9 miles to go.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. It can't hurt. Might not help, but it can't hurt.
Back over the bridge. So this will take them along the river. They'll go back out to the final climb and then drop back down to the finish.
Last lap we saw Brandon bunny hopping this manhole cover. They'll go,
yep, he's gonna do it again.
take the inside line.
Just rode straight through it this time. McNulty looks like he's racing a crit here.
Oh man,
trying to take these guys in the corners. So now Palace has gone to the front, Quinn onto the back here. Oh. McNulty just flicked his elbow.
Yeah, there's no way McNulty's going to sit on the front anymore and just pull these guys along, not after being attacked.
Here comes Vermeulen and Halady. You'll be able to see McNulty and company just at the top right of the picture there. They're reporting that at a little over a minute, minute 10. They got back to them right now.
Where did Scott McGill go?
That's a good question.
Somewhere in between the two.
Yeah, he must be still in that gap, because I think he'd be able to jump on to the back of Vermeulen and Halady. At least I would hope so.
Yeah.
Try and hold on for a fourth today. But this looking more and more like your podium. Powless, Quinn, and McNulty. At this point, not a lot of communication between the two EF Easy Post riders, partially because Brandon McNulty is going to be able to hear whatever they say. So a lot of that is going to just have to come over the radio. And you see the guys checking their back pockets. Nielsen Palace is looking for anything else to eat. He's like, do I have anything left in here? Or maybe he's trying to lighten up before they hit this last climb, making sure he doesn't start with anything in his pocket. Just looking for any sign of communication between the two EF guys here. Any little tell.
Again, they've got radios, so there is communication probably back to their team car.
Here we go. Quinn gonna go at it. And that's going to be the setup to the climb. There's McGill still stuck in the gap. That'll be fourth spot in the race. So he is still ahead of Vermeulen and Halady. Front group still not splitting up. McNulty just shut it down. But they're going to counter. Yeah, they're going to take McNulty all over the road here. So this is Palace on the front. And then watch Quinn. He's going to go right over the top of this one. Maybe. No, we'll check up. A couple mountain bikers trying to hang with him. Come on, guys. Wow. I mean, why launch these soft attacks? Like, what was the point of that last move? It just seems like a wasted effort. If you're going to hit it, hit it.
Right. And that's, honestly, that might just be what they have left. You know, when you're trying to lighten your load even with your water bottle, I imagine just seeing if there's any weakness. And I also think Nielsen's going to put all his chips in. I would think he would wait till the climb.
What's coming up here? They're going to make that left-hand turn up onto the Wirtz Road climb for the last time. 6.5 miles. The climb's only about 2, so the rest is descending back down. And here's Scott McGill trying to hold on to 4th place. Not sure if we'll get a gap back to McGill here up to the front group. And there's the left-hand turn to start the climb.
And when you hear over the PA system that Scott is only 10 seconds behind this group, it's wishful thinking to
I don't know about that.
reattach. All All right.
We're a lot of
Works
times.
Road one last time.
So we've been talking about whether it's going to be Palace or Quinn attacking. What if McNulty goes? Maybe he decides to take the fight to him.
The best defense is offense.
Yeah.
Can definitely see that happening.
McNulty's like, all right, just do it. Just lay it on me. There it is.
There you go.
Knew it was coming. Nielsen Palace going to jump over to the side. Yeah, I would call that a soft attack, though.
Yeah, I think they are trying to lure him out a bit and get him to put in an attack.
Are they trying to get him to counter a move here?
Calm all day today.
They just can't shake this guy. This is such baller riding from Brandon McNulty. He is owning this breakaway right now. In a time where he should be on the back heel. He should be fighting for his life against these two EF Education Easy Post guys.
Exactly right, Brad. Getting a time gap back to Scott McGill. You can just see the back of the moto right there.
Yeah. Oh, man. He can see him.
So close.
All right, well, we are going to lose touch with these guys briefly. We will do our best to keep an eye on it, and when we come back, we'll have lots. The final climb of the day. We're going to pick them up shortly as we get live images back here. But at last check, it was the EF Education Easy Post riders trying to beat up on Brandon McNulty, but he was having none of it in the white jersey.
No, you're exactly right, Brad. This is one of the toughest, most stoic guys I've seen in the Peloton. Nothing has bothered him today.
We're going to see the final run into the finish here for those two. We're also monitoring the chase behind them because Alexei Vermeulen is trying to bring up one of the Evola riders, Gavin Halady, but first they got to get through Scott McGill, who's sitting in fourth place in no man's land right now between the group of three leaders and then the group of two chasers, who we're going to call chase number 2, with Scott McGill being chase number 1 solo behind the three leaders. So This one's shaping up to be a great finish with 3 World Tour riders come to the line together to determine our 2024 national champion. Quinn and Pallas have certainly done everything they can against Brandon McNulty today, but like you said, they just cannot shake this guy. And even when we saw what we're calling some soft attacks, they were just trying to bait McNulty out. He didn't take a single one of them.
No way.
Starting to see some of the riders making their way back. We have seen a steady procession of riders coming past our commentary position here, looking like they have just been through a rough 4 hours of their lives. Race Radio reporting an attack out on the group. We're going to have live images very shortly. And they're reporting Nielsen Pallas going on the attack now. We're just about to get into our coverage window here, so we'll see that front group. And whether or not Pallas was able to get rid of McNulty. Here we go. So that's your front group. I think this is Quinn and McNulty.
Yeah.
So that's Pallas up the road. Let's see around this bend here if we see a pink jersey. Yeah, they're calling this the chase. So we missed the attack for Nielsen Pallas while he was on the climb. There he is, just up the road right there. McNulty can see him, and now he's got to weld this back one more time.
Golly.
One last 5-mile chase here for Brandon McNulty. Even if he does, though, he's got Sean Quinn right behind him, so. So this is really what we were expecting, I think, from McNulty, but Pallas is delivering it.
The problem for McNulty, if he brings this back yet again down the descent and into town, he is still outnumbered.
Yeah.
And there's only so many times that he can bring an EF Education Easy Post rider back, and then it'll just come down to a sprint finish.
Does Sean Quinn jump him as soon as the catch is made? If he is able to drag himself back up to Pallas, like when does Sean Quinn hit it, or does Sean Quinn just sit on him and try and sprint him to the line?
Well, at this point, you might just want to sit on a little bit because Nielsen has gone all in, and if there's any way that you do come back to Nielsen, you kind of want Nielsen to gather himself and at least get a bit of reprieve and try and hang on to the back. You don't want to go 1-to-1 against Brandon. I don't imagine Brandon's going to just pull you to the line. So, yeah, I would think also where you catch, if you catch. When Brandon catches Nielsen, if it's on a descent, you definitely don't put an attack. You're not going to get away on a descent, but you have to pick the right time. Into a corner is a great point, great spot, or anything technical coming up in town that we've missed would be a good spot. Or if Sean knows that he has a 1K sprint in his legs to get separation from Brandon McNulty, that's going to be best. But let's just see, first of all, if Brandon can even bring Nielsen back.
Yeah, that's step one. Off of the climb, onto the flats, railing that left-hand corner for Nielsen Pallas now. And he is locked in. This is an all-in move for Pallas. This would have been a tuck earlier, but he's going to spin those legs out as long as he can. Get every watt possible.
At this point in the day, sometimes it's hard to super tuck or even get super low in aero because as soon as you stop pedaling, your legs lock up. So sometimes you can float the pedals even though you're in your biggest gear and you're not really pushing the watts, but just to really turn over the legs feels good. Nielsen is doing everything he can to get to the line first. Let's see if we can't see where the chase group is behind him.
It's going to be a little less than 5 miles to go here. They're going to update this distance shortly. Chase is on the way up. McNulty's here.
Wow.
McNulty is here. He's got him.
Holy cow. Oh, that is so heartbreaking to see for Nielsen when he looks over his shoulder and sees that.
Into the crosshairs now for Brandon McNulty. But the question is, what does Sean Quinn do in this scenario? That'll be the big question.
What does he have left? Yes.
McNulty just going to sit on Palace. No need to go. Now he's waiting. Look at McNulty's head on his Willie. He's got the same thought I do here, that Quinn would hit it. But I don't think Sean Quinn's going to, because he knows it's coming.
Wow. Brandon McNulty is so strong.
What is Sean Quinn pointing at? Well, this is one of the scariest scenarios in bike racing, where you're just waiting to get jumped by these two guys one last time. You know it's coming. And McNulty...
They're almost coming to a standstill.
McNulty's like, if you guys want to race, you're going to have to do it, because I'm not going to drag you there. This is the right thing to do for Brandon McNulty. He's got the time to play with. Force it up to Palace a little bit. Even here, he doesn't close the gap immediately. There would be so many riders that would say, I got to get up to Palace's wheel here, but he'll take 10 or 15 seconds. That's okay for Brandon McNulty.
It's going to be really hard for McNulty to set himself up to attack these guys.
I love watching McNulty, watching Quinn.
The thing is that McNulty doesn't want to attack from the front, because all these guys have to do is, all they have to do is slot in on McNulty's wheel to get that draft. So he's essentially waiting for the Sean even knows it. They're almost talking to each other about the attack, kind of laughing about it at this point, but you have to try. There goes Nielsen again.
And McNulty follows.
Sean tried to take Brandon a little bit wide, make him do a little bit more effort.
Back onto the circuits here. Palace accelerating out of the corner, out of the saddle. McNulty still sitting and reeling him back in. This is a lot like big game fishing, where you got to wear the fish out before you finally try and land them. And now they're getting into that landing phase right now for Brandon McNulty. They've been wearing him out all day, but now they got to get him on the boat. It's going to take us inside 1K, just up here.
And that's the thing, Brandon is okay, like you're saying, he's not going to bring it right back, because as soon as he does, you know, Sean's going to go on the counter attack. So the idea is to do a slow pull back, make Nielsen work for every pedal stroke out there.
See how Palace swings wide to get to the back of the group. Now he's letting a little gap open up as he's setting up for a jump here. See, the problem is, if you jump and McNulty catches you, he's going to go right by you and win the bike race. Because when Nielsen's you're done with the effort, he isn't.
Nielsen's laying off a bit. He's going to go for another attack.
Look at Quinn's trying to signal to him, I think. Yeah, here he goes. Now Nielsen going. He's trying to build up speed. He caught McNulty off guard a little bit. Took McNulty a couple pedal strokes to respond. So now they'll do a right hand and then two left hands. This is about 500 meters to go for them. Here's the right-hander. They'll go down a block, over a block and then onto the finishing stretch. Palace losing the gap now as McNulty tries to dial it in at 500 meters. Remember, Sean Quinn still sitting on the wheel here. Quinn could jump both of these guys.
This is still good for EF Education Easy Post.
It's going to take him on to the finishing stretch. Palace will lead it out. McNulty into second, and Sean Quinn going to start the sprint third. Here goes Palace trying to open it up. McNulty in a tough spot from the front. Quinn gets boxed out between the two of them. Palace and McNulty going to go to the line together. Here's Brandon McNulty going to the line with Sean Quinn. It'll be a photo finish. And I think Sean Quinn got it. Even Quinn had to check, but hands in the air as McNulty drops his head unofficially. Sean Quinn will be your 2024 national champion.
Ho, ho, ho. Sean was even not sure about that until Brandon basically hung his head.
Cannot wait to see that replay. But on paper, that's how it should have worked. Yeah. Nielsen Palace attacking like he did. McNulty trying to follow, but you are looking at the new national champion here in Charleston, West Virginia, as Sean Quinn gets it right, along with his teammate Nielsen Palace. Congratulations from Brandon McNulty as well. Real recognized real, as they say. McNulty knew there wasn't much that he could do in that scenario.
Kind of at a loss for words. That was such an incredible finish to that race. It was so close. All the work that all three of those guys put in. Oh my gosh, and Brandon to almost have it right there on the line. Scott McGill coming in.
He's trying to hold off these chasers behind him. I think that's Vermeulen. Yep, Vermeulen and Halady. So
Scott McGill's going to hold off.
Sorry. Nice. Hold on for fourth place today. Alexi Vermeulen going to be good for fifth. And Gavin Halady, sixth place. He can be proud of that one today. Great ride for a Volo.
He is proud of that. He is stoking this crowd. Wow. Good day for Gavin.
We'll still have our second chase group to roll their way in. That was the group that we saw falling apart on that last climb, but Nielsen Palace and Sean Quinn.
I still can't get over that sprint. That was just phenomenal. Sean hanging on to everything he had just to come around Brandon right at the last bit of the line.
Well, it looked like Quinn tried to go up between the two of them. They came together and Quinn got boxed out, so he had to go back around the left side to find a line, and then was still able to take McNulty to the line. That's going to be a photo finish today for sure. I would love to see that one.
Hoping for a replay.
Let's go back and take a look at that last sprint here. Now you can see he's already gotten around. You see, like Quinn had to check.
Yeah, like I said, he didn't know until Brandon basically gave his reaction.
Scott McGill. That's about how he should feel on a day like today.
What a day. Seems like he's got his family around him.
Yeah. And I hope this is just pure exhaustion. I hope it's not disappointment for Scott McGill today. I mean, he had a great ride. against these guys, well, what more can you ask
right.
for? Right.
You're exactly right. I think he had an outstanding ride.
Especially as what we think was the plan B going into the day.
Yes.
Remember, we were all about Tyler Stites at the top of the race, but gotta go when you gotta go.
Still more guys coming in. Colby Simmons coming through the finishing chute now.
Got Kieran Howell with him.
By a half a wheel.
Yeah, we're looking at the photo finish picture right now. We'll try and get it onto the air for you, but it's about a half a wheel for Sean Quinn. It was a photo finish for sure.
Yes.
They both fully extended on the bike throw. It is 2 textbook bike throws here. Wow. What a way to end the national championships. Congrats all around from Kieran Howe. That's what you like. Like for a kid like Kieran Howe right now, getting that thumbs up from Sean Quinn and Nielsen Palace, that's the kind of thing that keeps you going in this sport.
Oh, heck yeah, it is.
Brandon Colby, second to next sprint, he is the silver. Nielsen Palace is the third place, the bronze medal. Scott in the field, number 1 in the hearts. Real fantastic performance, Scott the Bill. Third place overall on the leaderboard. Elected to go in fifth place for the ground to the streets to the fifth winning our feature. Gavin Haley, 6th place overall, 46 and 7th.
This is the other great part of nationals. All the people that know you are here, right? And they get to share it with you. That's why it's always tough for us to get an interview. But the last thing I want to do is interrupt these moments, you know, these post-race moments with the friends and family. That's much more important for these riders to share that.
Like I said, this is a big deal for Sean Quinn, for his family, for his community to have this result. And EF Education's going to have a lot of new jerseys come Monday.
I'm sure the design team is hard at work right now, getting theirs dialed in. Hey guys. Oh, let's bring them right in. We'll get a mic for him as we welcome our new national champion, Sean Quinn, into the booth here with us. Sean, step in right here. We're going to put you right in between us. I'm going to hold this. We're going to get you framed up, and we're going to talk with our new national champion. How chaotic was that last 10K for you guys? Take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, I think we had the goal of isolating Brandon and just taking turns attacking him. And, yeah, there were a couple extra strong guys hanging in there, and, yeah, we just kept going and going. And then I got that mechanical with a couple laps left, and yeah, I probably wasted a race-winning effort to get back on, and
obviously not.
Yeah, well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Then I tried again on the last hill, and I got away, but obviously after like 30 seconds I started cramping, but I was able to keep it together and kind of get in and out of the saddle, and yeah, then obviously Brandon was so strong, just bringing us back time and time again. And then around like the last climb, I started thinking, okay, like realistically, he looks pretty tired. I really think I can win a sprint. So Nielsen just attacked him like, I don't know, 10 times. And yeah, I left it a little bit late in the bike throw. I probably should have gone a little earlier, but it is what it is, man. It's
How were those circuits coming back in, or those last turns coming back in? Because, yes, you saw Brandon making connection with Nielsen, and then Nielsen goes again, like, and you're just sitting on Brandon. Like, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I actually felt really good. I felt like I had a lot of power left in the legs, but it was more being worried about cramping. Because I started cramping with like 2 laps to go. So yeah, just try to catch my breath, stay calm, and yeah, I knew in the end that I could use my kick to win.
There was even a point right at the finish, last 3K, that it looked like you and Brandon actually talked to each other jokingly.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I don't know, some guys probably hate me for it, but I think some guys probably find it funny. But I always just, like, whenever we're going really hard, I, like, make little chirps, little jokes at the other guys. Like,
what was the chirp? Can you tell us what, do you remember what you were talking about?
I was just going at him, like, every lap, like, oh yeah, Brandon, you're just destroying me today. Like, it's funny stuff like that. And, yeah, I don't know if it phases him at all. But I like to think maybe he's like, oh man, why is this guy talking? Even when I'm on the limit, for some reason, I can, like, catch my breath and come up with these little chirps.
It didn't seem much bothered Brandon all day when you guys, there were break after break, Brandon weld stuff back together, and he never was phased.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a smart guy, and, like, going into the day, he probably knew that was going to be the end result of the race, so he just had to accept his disadvantage, not get mad about it. And yeah, look how close he came to winning a national champ as second or third.
Let's bring Nielsen Palace in here, because I want to hear from this guy too, in the breakaway. You guys working hard all day today. What was the plan? I mean, when did you realize that you were going to let this guy go, or that you were going to work for him? Like, when did that decision happen?
I think it just happened pretty naturally. We both went into the day as kind of equal, just co-leaders, because we knew that's what it was going to take to beat Brandon. Brandon is, I mean, he is a super strong rider, but today he was also just, he was exceptional today, just chasing down just about everything we threw at him, and it was pretty incredible. I tried to go as many times as I could close to the end, because I think between the two of us, we kind of knew Sean had the stronger sprint, so we were just trying to burn as many matches as we could on Brandon. So luckily it paid off. It was a close one, but this guy did it.
Nielsen, it looked like the last time going up Wirt's climb that you were all in, even on the descent, you were all in, and even across the flats. And to look back and see Brandon coming after you, what are you thinking?
I'm just got flashbacks to the time trial. He put a minute into me in the TT, and I know he's got really incredible steady power, and he's pretty aerodynamic, so it's always going to be tough to put time into him one-on-one. But we had to find some way to get him to push wind, and I think we did that pretty well. And 1-3 is not too bad.
No, not at all.
Right here. So.
Sean, last question. That last sprint, as you came across the line, we saw you look over. Brandon dropped his head. Did you know you had it on the line, or did it take you a minute to figure out who had won that sprint?
I was like 99% sure, but I've seen too many times where guys celebrate early, and like, oh, that's got to be the worst feeling. I'm lucky it's never happened to me, so yeah.
Any time for you guys to celebrate tonight? What's on tap for the both of you? Nielsen, you first. What's the next week of your life look like?
I think we're both taking off back to Europe tomorrow afternoon. So, luckily I think we can sleep in tomorrow morning. So hopefully we can go out and celebrate a bit tonight.
We've got a lot of friends here, so we're going to enjoy this one with them. And then get back to full focus for the Dauphiné. So.
Right on, back to work. Guys, congratulations. And let me give a thank you and congratulations to our new national champion, Sean Quinn, and Nielsen Palace putting on an incredible show as well. Great job out there, guys, for the EF Education Easy Post team. They go 1-3 today, as Brandon McNulty will end up second place on the day out there. Lauren, what a great day of